Good evening, everyone. I am Chris, and tonight is the night of the 95th Academy Awards. I have been working like crazy trying to get most of these films watched, and yeah, tonight is the night. It's the big night. We've got just shy of an hour before proceedings kick off. I never usually jump on this early, to be honest, when I've done this other years. I usually come on about 15 minutes before. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of take this time, just about 45 minutes, have a bit of a hangout, talk about some of the films that have been nominated tonight. I've still got to review a bunch of these films, which I plan on doing in the next 45 minutes before things kick off. We're going to go over Oscar predictions in all the categories, who we think is going to win. We're going to play a bit of a game out of it as well, so you guys can play along at home too, and we can see who's the winner by the end of it. And yeah, just all round, have a good night. I'm going to be streaming for the entire ceremony, so I'm going to be here for the next, oh God, is it 5 hours? I'm trying not to think about it. I am doped up on caffeine right now. I've got beverages, I've got drinks. Yeah, we're just going to kick back and talk movies, basically. So the Oscars. I guess I'll do the preamble first. I wasn't even sure if I was going to do it this year. Last year was a particular low point for the Oscars, I think. Celebrity slapping included. It's all the glitz and the glamour and the activism and everything from all of these celebrities and stuff. And I was just kind of over it last year. It just seems like the whole draw of the Oscars has diminished somewhat. But this year, actually, we do have some pretty good films that have been nominated. I actually want to pass over to you guys. Let me know if you think it's a strong year for the Academy Awards. I'd be very interested to hear what you guys think, what we think is going to win. We've got Jim Hilkins says, excited for the evening ahead. I am too. We've got, films are favorite in the running at the moment. You've got Everything Everywhere All at Once, which I think has been nominated for 11 Academy Awards, breaking even with that magnum opus right there, Return of the King. Whether it'll win all of those, we'll find out in the evening. But I think it's kind of wide open, actually. It's some very, very interesting films. Whilst we're getting tonight off and running, I am tying the hair back because it's going to be one of those nights. I thought I'd make an effort, so you'll see me in a shirt tonight because why not? It's the only time I get to dress up. We've got Toby says, evening, Chris. This is actually a pretty good year for nominations. I was actually kind of on the fence about it right up until a couple of weeks ago, actually, when I finally started knocking some of these big films off the list. I can say I have seen all of the Best Picture nominees. I did try and watch all of the animated ones, but unfortunately this year with my schedule and everything, I couldn't get to all of the animated ones. Suffice it to say, I have seen the film that I think will probably win it this year, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. So I think I've seen the main one, but I do want to catch up actually and watch some of those best animated features, definitely. Looking forward to getting into the predictions. So I'll get into the predictions in maybe like the last 15 minutes or so before the ceremony kicks off. I do want to speed fire around some of these films. So I'm going to bring up the graphic again just so we can be reminded of all of these films. So here we have all of our nominated films for Best Picture. Of course, we've got Avatar, The Way of Water, Banshees of Inisherin, Elvis, Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Fabelmans, Tar, Top Gun Maverick, All Quiet on the Western Front, Triangle of Sadness, and Women Talking. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting year, I think, for all the nominated ones this year. But again, one that I think is kind of wide open. So without further ado, I'm going to pour myself a beverage. What are you guys drinking at home? Are you treating yourself to anything? Maybe a teetotal? I think I'm going to be finishing off the last little bit of this Smirnoff vodka that I've got because it's one of those nights. It's the Oscars. Let's treat ourselves, right? And I was going to do something absolutely ungodly then. I was going to pour it into a whiskey glass. So I'm not going to do that because I am somewhat civilized. So we're going to use a tall glass for this. Yeah, I feel like we should have music and stuff right now. But you've just got my dulcet tones, I'm afraid, until 4 a.m. If anyone's still standing by that point, we'll find out. But I think it's going to be a good night. I feel like they're starting the ceremony off a lot earlier this year compared to what they've done other years. I swear in the past it's always been like 1 o'clock or 1:30 or something like that. So at least it will hopefully be finished a lot quicker than other years. Toby says, if Everything Anywhere, I have to keep remembering the name of that film, wins Return of the King, will you have to replace the poster on your wall? Toby, you should know me by now, my friend. That poster ain't going anywhere. That will stay there until I die or this house falls. That poster isn't going anywhere. Craig Walker, good evening, my friend. Hope you're doing well. He says, looking forward to tonight. Really want Colin Farrell to win Best Actor. Best film should be Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think that is the odds-on bookies' favourite at the moment. But from other years, what we have seen, the bookies' favourite usually falls short. And, everyone talks the talk, but it never usually walks the walk. And a lot of other years from some of the Best Picture winners, you've had stuff like Moonlight win. Last year it was Coda. And I love Coda. I was really pleased actually when Coda won, but that wasn't the one that everyone was talking about. The year of The Revenant as well. That was talked about being Best Picture, and I can't remember what Revenant lost out to, but it didn't win, did it? So yeah, who knows? Who knows what could happen? I have got my predictions here, all handwritten, a few hasty scribblings out and everything, but I haven't actually got that as my number one choice for winning based on what's happened other years. Everyone's talking about Everything Everywhere All at Once, but I don't think it will win Best Picture. I think something's going to come in from the cup. We'll go into that in a minute anyway. Let's see. Craig says he's drinking a Kraken Black Spice. Oh, good choice, my friend. Yeah, I need to pick up some rum. That reminds me, actually, next time I go to the offie, I definitely need to get some rum. Okay, let's start going through these films then. So I'm going to go in order of that graphic, which brings us lovingly to a fantastic start to James. Oh, look at that low res quality. I thought that was HD. My bad. I'm going to take that away. You can count the pixels on that picture. James Cameron's magnum opus, Avatar: The Way of Water. How many years were we all waiting for this film? Was it like 11, 12, 13 years? I can't do the math on it. We were waiting a long time. This guy was agonizing over this script, over this mythology, planning Avatars 3, 4, 5, 6, as many Avatar films until your grandkids are alive. And the fruits of his labors were ultimately that it looks really nice. The visual effects are incredible in it. And I'm going to jump the gun and say that's my number one choice already for the winner of Best Visual Effects, and quite rightly so. The work of those visual effects artists in that film is... the stuff in there looks photorealistic half the time. It blew me away. And I'm sure as he keeps cranking out these Avatar films and the technology develops even further in the future, we'll get more impressive visuals and everything like that. The new technologies that were developed for the film, the strive forward in using, like motion capture technology underwater, everything looks so crisp and lifelike. And it was a very good big screen experience purely from the visuals. But ultimately, my review as a film, and I try to look at everything as a complete package if I can. Did the story grip me? Was I inspired by the characters and the writing and everything like that? And that is Avatar's biggest weak point to me. My review of Avatar: The Way of Water is pretty much my review of the first Avatar film, in that it looks really nice. The 3D was fantastic. And yeah, I did go and see The Way of Water in 3D. And it did look incredible. But beyond that, the characters are one note. The writing is, dare I say, even worse than the first one. James Cameron fancies himself a writer, and I just don't think he's a good writer of dialogue and writer of characters. Behind the camera, he certainly knows how to put together a big screen blockbuster epic, and he can do it well. He's proved time and time again. And Avatar: The Way of Water is no exception of that. But the story is exactly the same as the first one. The humans are so one-dimensional. I don't really care about the struggles and the plights and everything like that, because I just don't care about these characters. And we've got even more of them in this one. You're resurrecting a dead villain, which was no point. You're kind of retconning aspects of the previous story. You're outright ignoring aspects of the first story. Whatever happened to unobtainium? Now we've got magical whale brain juice, apparently, that can make people immortal. Very, very strange plot choices in this. But yes, Toby, you mentioned here that you actually laughed at some of the dialogue in Avatar. James Cameron had 13 years to write this script, and this was the fruit of his labors. I really wanted someone to prove me wrong. I really wanted to be proven wrong by Avatar 2. I didn't care for the first one. I wasn't hyped for the new one, but I genuinely sat down in that movie theater and I was willing to be won over by this film. I really wanted to. Unfortunately, not too long into the film, I could just tell that it was going in exactly the same way. Based on the trailers, I assumed so anyway. And Avatar 3 will probably go exactly the same way based on the ending of Avatar 2. Slight spoilers, maybe, if you care. The final monologue is that we have won this war against the humans, but our battle continues. And we know that in the next one, we're going to have a Fire Nation, apparently, of evil Na'vi. So if anyone says that James Cameron isn't ripping off The Last Airbender at this point, there's your evidence right there. I was joking that they would introduce a Fire Nation, but apparently it's going to happen in the next one. We've got Bath Time with Vaughn says, is Way of Water the same as the first one and basically Dances with Wolves? It's exactly the same as all of those films, Pocahontas, Fern Gully, the first Avatar film, The Last Samurai, all of those kind of films. It's just got a different coat of paint on it. The first one was all in the jungle and in the air, and this one's in the jungle for a bit of it and then on the water for the rest of it. So there you go. The characters from Aliens have never topped since, despite everyone trying to. He got the dynamic so well. And that's what breaks my heart, is that James Cameron's a fantastic filmmaker. Dude has made some of the best films ever made. Some of the best, like, according to me, like in my top 10, Terminator 2, Judgment Day, and the first Terminator film are hands down some of my favorite films ever made. Whether you prefer the first Terminator film or Terminator 2, that honestly really depends on the day of the week for me. There's bits of both of them that I love, and the very different tonal qualities to them. But yeah, I mean, Titanic, the writing in Titanic is absolute pish, but it's a well-made movie. You know, Aliens, fantastic. True Lies, great fucking movie. And I really want him to go back to that, but it's almost like the George Lucasification of James Cameron. He's just mired in all of this CGI and technology, which does look nice, but it doesn't really hit me in the same way, I guess. Anyway, we've got to move on. We've got a lot of films that we need to talk about, and I've got about just over half hour to do it, which brings us on to our next movie, next nominated film. Let me just bring it up here real quick. We've got Martin McDonagh's The Banshees of Inisherin, and there we go. That's slightly better quality compared to that Avatar 2 one. I went into this movie completely cold. I had no knowledge of anything about this movie other than the fact that it was Martin McDonagh and it was the director of In Bruges. Great movie. It's a film that I haven't watched in ages, actually. I really need to go back and watch In Bruges. Reuniting Brendan Gleeson and Colin Farrell, which are always a fantastic pair to see on screen together, which takes place on the fictional Isle of Inisherin off the coast of Ireland, a very remote, very, very isolated place, maybe just a couple of hundred residents on there. And almost on this purgatorial island, one day, these two best friends, played by Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson just stops talking to him out of the blue with no explanation as to why he's cut off contact. It's a dark comedy that with a very, very gruesome tonal shift about halfway through, but very, very darkly funny. And I just love this world. I love these characters, and a very, very strong screenplay as well. I was kind of hooked with this film. There's beautiful elements of sort of like Irish folklore mixed in there. It's very fable-like. It's almost like a cautionary tale. And you just watch this feud between these two characters escalate to very, very gruesome outcomes by the end of the film. Some great like supporting actors in there as well. Let me find her name in here. She plays the character. She plays the sister in there. Kerry Condon was brilliant in this film. And I like that Inisherin is almost like this purgatorial state where you live there, you go about it's like Groundhog Day. You go about your mundanity, and it's characters kind of wrestling with their own mortality. You've got Brendan Gleeson, who wants to leave behind a legacy with his music and wants to break away from the sameness of life on Inisherin. You've got Colin Farrell's sister there, who gets a job offer and wants to leave there because she's unmarried, she feels unfulfilled, she wants adventure, she wants to see new places. And then you've kind of got you've got Barry Keoghan as well in there as well, who's a brilliant supporting actor in this film, who's just looking for love ultimately and to settle down. And then you've got Colin Farrell that represents the constant. He has almost become institutionalized by Inisherin itself. I absolutely love this movie, and it's a film that stayed with me. It's a very simple concept. I think this film's been absolutely snubbed for best cinematography this year because it's without a doubt one of the most gorgeous looking films I've seen from the last year. And it's made me want to visit Ireland. Maybe not a remote island like Inisherin. Maybe for a weekend, I'd be fine with that. But I definitely couldn't live there. It's so cut off from everything. I don't think I could live. Let's see. Oh wow, the comments are coming in thick and fast, guys. I'm going to try and get to all of your comments as much as I can, and we've got a lot of hours to fill tonight. So I thank everyone for like tuning in tonight. This is awesome. I didn't expect this many people off the bat, I must admit. So yeah, it's good to see all the familiar faces again. We've got Bath Time, we've got Derpy, we've got Craig, Toby, we've got Jim as well. If you're still sound off in the comments, Jim, if you're still there. Yeah, this is great. Let's see. Yeah, let's talk about Banshees of Inisherin then. So let's bring up some comments right now. Oh, flip side here. Bath Time says the Banshees of Inisherin was incredibly disappointing to me. Again, counterpoint to that, Craig says that great movie, Banshees. Watched it 3 times. Oh, wow. 3 times. I'm 2 behind you then, but it definitely will be a film that I'll watch again for sure. Beautiful Irish folk film. Love the Irish folk tale of a fiddler cutting his fingers off. You've got that, and of course the Banshee herself that was very creepy. Almost, I know this is Scottish and well, written by an English playwright, but reminded me very much of the witches from Macbeth. Prophesizing doom, you know, the harbingers of doom. 2 deaths will come to Inisherin. Loved it all. Bath Time says the most boring metaphor for the Irish Civil War possible. That's definitely the backdrop. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely read into that. And the donkey. One of you mentioned the donkey here. Here we go. Bath Time says the donkey was proper sad as well, as my dog had to be put down. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Really sorry about that. Yeah, the donkey in the film. Is it Jenny? I think the donkey was called Jenny, wasn't it? Just represents that innocence, and that it was a death that neither of them wanted, and it was just, you know, an unfortunate accident from the outcome of their feud. And I think that's when, you know, well, things definitely really hit home for them at that point, didn't it? Bath Time says, are you doing it all night? Yes, I will be doing it all night, and I feel chipper right now. I did almost crash earlier. I must admit, I was tempted to get a nap before I jumped on, but you know how sometimes you take a nap and it absolutely screws you over and you end up waking up feeling more tired than you were before you took the nap. So I've powered on through. I feel like I've hit my second wind right now, but I can't promise I'll be this lively. I'll do my best. And if not, hey, cheers. The vodka and the whiskey might keep me going. It will loosen the lips a little bit. So, yeah. Let's see. Oh, you guys are talking about some of the other films now. Let's move on to the next one then, because we've got a few more. Some of these films I've already got full reviews on my channel, so I'll try and power through the ones I've already talked about and get onto some of the ones that I haven't had a chance to talk about. I do wish I could have done a separate video on all of these films, but you guys can make do with these, I'm sure. Right, we've got a half hour. We've got predictions to do as well. Let's crack on. Okay. Our next film to talk about, we've got the Baz Luhrmann film Elvis. I am a huge Elvis Presley fan. Actually, if you guys really enjoyed the Elvis film, or you're really interested in learning more about Elvis, not to pitch my own videos and stuff on my channel, but please do watch my review of Elvis on the channel. It was a really, really good review to do. And I got loads of information about Elvis that I wasn't even aware of. It was a collaborative review that I did, so please go and check that out. With an absolute Elvis aficionado, I was learning stuff left, right, and center as well. Did that review with Caressa. Really fun review to do. And yeah, it'd be great to get it back on the channel at some point to talk about more Elvis Presley in whichever way that I can. Elvis Presley did a lot of movies, but Baz Luhrmann. I'm a big Baz Luhrmann fan. I absolutely love Moulin Rouge, the editing that and the stylized. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. And I even like elements of his Romeo and Juliet film as well. So when I heard that an Elvis Presley film was being made, I was very excited, but also very cautious and a bit wary, because you don't want to fuck this up. You don't want to get it wrong. And thankfully they didn't. Nominated for Best Actor, I think I've got him in my second pick in my predictions. Austin Butler was absolutely outstanding as Elvis in this. Now, I've seen some people say that he wasn't great. You know, he didn't look like Elvis, didn't sound like him. I thought his performance was brilliant. The costumes as well, the attention to detail of the time period. Just hearing some of those Elvis songs and just telling that really tragic story of Elvis. There were some things that were changed, but for the most part, according to Caressa, and, you know, I believe her every word when it comes to Elvis Presley, a very, very faithful account of his life and his upbringing and his career, ultimately. Tom Hanks Not so great in the film. The accent was weird. The performance was very strange. I actually can't remember if he was nominated for a Razzie for it, but I had a blast with Elvis. Very, very emotional film, and it's one that I need to go back to, definitely. And around that point as well, when I went to see the film, I really got back into listening to Elvis's music. It's not something that ever goes away. I always dip back into Elvis Presley's discography every now and then. But yeah, I thought it was a really good film. Some of these biopic films, you know, Bohemian Rhapsody, the fact that that was nominated for Best Picture as well, it's just absolutely crazy to me. Bohemian Rhapsody, that is. In that it was so surface level and it was so nerfed down and it was so PG. So it's nice to actually get a biopic that's actually told well, and accurate, you know, accurately as well. That's always a good thing too. Craig says Elvis was an hour too long. Tom Hanks was awful in this film. Why he did Tom Parker like that when he didn't even speak like that? So I mentioned that to Carissa, and she did say that Tom Parker had this weird amalgamation of accents, you know, cultural accents and everything that had all kind of like hodgepodged into one. But yeah, I can't imagine that that's what he spoke like. Yeah, even from the trailer, I thought Tom Hanks looked terrible, and when I saw the film, I had my opinions ratified on that. So Bath Time says Moulin Rouge is an absolute banger. Yes, it is. Derpy says Austin Butler wins Best Actor, no exceptions. You might be right there. I've got him in my second option. As I said, I'll go through my predictions in just a second once we've done these films. But Bath Time, I will get to those in a minute. I'll go through predictions, so I'll go through every category, and we can play along at home as well. So keep track of your predictions too. Toby says Elvis was great, except the pacing was so goddamn quick. They needed to slow down when his mother died. Apart from that, it was good. Yeah, it felt like they were cramming everything into it, didn't they? Craig also says the editing on Elvis wasn't great. It was okay. It was stylized in some bits, and those were my favorite bits in the film. But if you're comparing the editing to something like Moulin Rouge, for example, the other Baz Luhrmann film, I don't think it was up to snuff with that. I love the editing in Moulin Rouge. I think it's definitely one of the best examples actually of editing in movies. Let's move on to the next one, and this is the big one. This is probably going to be one of the most talked about ones. We have got everything. Oh, look at those pixels again, guys. I am so sorry about the quality of these pictures that I saved. They look pretty good when I saved them. Here's me trying to make this stream more visually dynamic for you. I may as well just keep myself on camera. This is the Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert film. Kind of, I don't even know how you'd qualify this film in terms of the genres. This is just like a genre hybrid of all different things. It's an absurdist comedy drama film. It's got some romantic elements in there. It's got action. It's got sci-fi, fantasy, animation. It's absolute balls to the wall. This was the penultimate film out of the Best Picture nominated films that I needed to watch. And it was one that whenever a film's bigged up like this, you tend to go into it with that high expectation, and sometimes it's very hard to overcome that when you actually watch the film, and you hope that it's good, but sometimes it doesn't live up to the hype. Thankfully, this is one that absolutely did to me. Very quickly into the film, you're thrown into this completely zany, you know, the film doesn't stop almost, and it's juggling all of these different things, and you can tell that the filmmakers as well, the directors of Swiss Army Man, which is a film that I've seen. It's a very strange film, so you've got that kind of absurdity carrying over between those two films, but they haven't directed a film since then. And very, very different film. Personally, I think this is definitely the better film of the two, and I had a lot of fun with this one. I think this is one that I'll definitely go back to a hell of a lot of times. Is it overhyped? I don't know. I want to pitch that question to you guys. Or do you think it's absolutely worthy of all the awards that it's been getting? I think it's very good. The originality of it, and this is quite unfortunate, actually. I was reading up about their idea behind it, and apparently they've had this idea since about 2010. And, you know, this whole like multiverse traveling between different dimensions and everything, when they came up with it, they thought that it was a pretty new concept. It was an interesting concept. However, I think over the years, and it is original, don't get me wrong, it is original in very many ways, and how they play with the genres and everything. It's a love letter to so many genres of Chinese cinema. But yeah, it feels kind of like small potatoes now, doesn't it? The whole multiverse thing, because we're getting it left, right, and center in Marvel. You're getting it in stuff like, well, Into the Spider-Verse was a massive one for example. That was the first one that really made, brought that home, the multiverse thing. You've even got stuff in Rick and Morty as well that deals with multiverse travel and different dimensions and very similar ideas. And apparently it was very hard for them as directors because they were sitting on this concept that they thought was going to change the world and was really original. And now you kind of look at the landscape of films in 2023 and we're getting so many things that are talking about multiverses at the moment. So I don't think it quite lands in the originality category that way, because it does feel like I've seen concepts that deal with this kind of thing a lot of times recently. But what it does with its characters and its themes are just absolutely crucial. It deals with, Chinese American families and different cultural changes between, Americans and a Chinese family having to try and deal with language barriers and the way that people treat them. There's elements of nihilism in there, depression, suicide, reconnecting with family. It deals with so much, but I tell you what this film reminded me of, actually. It almost felt like it felt a bit like Kick-Ass or Scott Pilgrim versus the World, like the very stylized, like a Matthew Vaughn type film. Or an Edgar Wright, certainly Edgar Wright, I think like Baby Driver or Scott Pilgrim versus the World, that very zany video game-like quality to it. There is some crazy shit that happens in this film. There's the whole butt plug scene, which there's the hot dog fingers. There's some crazy stuff. And then it like breaks the fourth wall into real world stuff like Ratatouille, the movie, with Raccoony, which was probably one of my favorite bits in the film. It's crazy, but yeah, it had so much heart. At that time you just mentioned there, everything, everywhere, all at once. God, by the end of tonight, guys, I swear to God, I'm going to get that title right. It has heart. The stuff about her having such an unfulfilled life was great pathos that you won't find in Marvel, etc. Yeah, it juggles all of this stuff and some really fun character acting as well. You've got Jamie Lee Curtis in there, Michelle Yeoh as well, who's fantastic. And I'm going to pronounce this wrong. I know I am, so I apologize already. But is it Ki Hui Kwan? Short round from Temple of Doom, and Gadget. It's Gadget, isn't it? From the Goonies. Data. What am I talking about? God, it's been ages since I've seen the Goonies. He was bloody brilliant. And he's been retired from acting for nearly 20 years. And he came back for this film and he's better than ever. Absolutely better than ever. So I think a lot of people are talking about this film. It's the odds-on favorite to win tonight. And we'll see how it goes. But I think this is going to clean up a lot of Oscars. I don't think it'll win all 11. And I certainly haven't got that in my predictions. But on a lot of the acting ones, supporting, definitely, editing, maybe even Best Picture, Best Directing, I think it's going to take away a lot tonight, definitely. Toby says, I think the studios are incentivized to go in the multiverse direction because it's a lazy way to connect disparate films together with lazy writing and coincidence, but this film proved it can work. Yeah, I mean, it's massively written. Marvel are just doing it as a way for member berries, to bring old actors back. And sometimes it can work with Spider-Man No Way Home. I did enjoy that film based on the nostalgia because I'm a big Tobey Maguire and Sam Raimi fan, so it was nice to see that again. The closest thing I'll probably ever get to a Spider-Man 4 in my lifetime. But it's very difficult to do well. And I think it's a scapegoat. You can just write around it just to explain anything away. Oh, it's multiverse, So now what's going to be interesting is to see how the next is Across the Spider-Verse Part 1 and Part 2. Now that this film's out, and even compared to the first Into the Spider-Verse, how they're going to raise the bar now. How Sony are going to raise the bar with those sequels and show us something that we haven't seen before. We've only got 20 minutes, so I'm going to power on through. Not going to say much about this next one. We've got Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans. I really didn't care for this film, to be honest. I thought the dialogue was very weird and didn't flow right to me. The way that characters interacted with each other just didn't seem like real people. And this is a film that's semi-autobiographical to Steven Spielberg. My favorite aspects of the film were seeing some of those early stage moments of his life where he is making those shorter films. But the whole relationship angle with Michelle Williams and Paul Dano's character, didn't really care for all that stuff purely because they just didn't feel like real people to me. I can't put my finger on it, but there was just the dialogue felt really awkward to me. I did enjoy the ending, especially where Spielberg broke the fourth wall at the end with the camera tilt about the background, the landscape. If it's at the bottom of the frame or the top of the frame, it's interesting. And this could this sneak in as the best picture winner? We know that the Academy loves films that are based around films and the art of filmmaking. They love that shit. They eat it up. So, everyone's talking about Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's actually my second pick to win because I've gone with my gut instinct, and I've actually picked. I might be completely misguided with this, and I might change my mind actually when I read these out. But at the moment, I've got The Fabelmans written down as the one to win. I think it might sneak in there. It's Spielberg, and it's a film about filmmaking, and the Academy love that shit. So remember the year where Green Book won? Wasn't that the same year as Black Klansman, which was a much better film, but then this other film just sneaks in and wins? I think this might win. Craig, you agree? They will give Spielberg the Oscar, doesn't deserve it. I agree, but I honestly think that this might win. I think this might sneak it, so we'll find out, but I really didn't care for The Fabelmans, to be honest. On the flip side here, a film that I very much did care about and is probably in the top three, definitely out of these nominated ones for me, and one that I'm still thinking about and still trying to deconstruct, and one that I absolutely need to get myself back to the cinema, if it's still on, to watch, is Tar. I adored this film. I'm incredibly passionate about music, and Cate Blanchett is an absolute tour de force in this film. I was hanging on her every word. I know that she's obviously an actress. Tar isn't a real person, but I do think the film, how it's framed, initially the name of it and everything, and the way that the character's introduced at the beginning in the interview, does feel like very much like a real person. It almost feels like it's a biopic on a composer called Tar. But just those long monologues where she's talking about music and what it means to her and how passionate she is about it, and deconstructing the score and the instruments and the feeling that you should get from music, I was eating that shit up. I loved it. And I didn't expect it to be as psychological as the film was. It's a psychological drama film, and there's almost horror-like aspects to the film in some bits. I mentioned in my review that it kind of reminded me of a Darren Aronofsky film, like Black Swan or something like that, about someone who's really passionate about their art or their craft with kind of disturbing and otherworldly circumstances around it. I definitely think it's a film that's open to interpretation, and Tar herself isn't necessarily a good character. In fact, she's kind of a horrible character. She's very much a narcissist. She's screwed over people in the past. She's been very much controlling people, almost like a puppet master, in order to give favors to people to let them rise above the ranks, and her own position as well. She's very much out for herself. She uses people when she needs them. So she's not a good person, but you respect her professionally. And although she can lie to people and manipulate people, when it comes to the score, when it comes to the music and her art of conducting, that's not fake. And you appreciate her on that level. Very, very complex character, and a character that I'm still thinking about now. I would love to see Cate Blanchett take the Oscar in this. I think it's definitely a toss-up between Michelle Yeoh and Cate Blanchett tonight. In terms of a performance, I think the one that hit me the most was Cate Blanchett in this film, but it could go either way. And Michelle Yeoh will probably win it. But I absolutely adored this film, really did, and I can't wait to get back to watch it. Toby says, haven't seen it. Galadriel conducting an orchestra. Count me in. Absolutely. Absolutely. We've got Biffa the Hobbit. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And we're 15 minutes away. Let's power on through. Okay. Now this is the one that I would love to win, but unfortunately I don't think it will. But if this wins tonight, you will see me punch the air. Low res. No, God, I'm sorry, guys. Top Gun Maverick. My God, this is what movies were made for. This is what the cinema experience was made for. This film as well is a special place in a lot of our film-going hearts, I think, because there was the whole COVID thing and lockdowns, and this was really... There was a few other films that came out before this, but this felt like the proper return to the cinema. That's what you get in. Bish, bash, bosh. That's how you make a fucking blockbuster movie. This made me love movies again. I went to see this film, and I'm sure all of you did as well, multiple times at the cinema. I'm a massive fan of 80s films, and especially Top Gun is a crown jewel in the 80s decade of cheesy, homoerotic movies about pilots, and it's a fucking great film. I love it so much. The soundtrack and everything like that. And very quickly, I knew that I was in safe hands with this. When a Top Gun sequel was first announced, I was screaming to the heavens for them not to ruin it. Tom Cruise is just knocking it out of the park recently with his Mission Impossible films, and say what you want about the guy and his very weird and wonderful, well, not so wonderful, just weird personal life and Scientology and everything. The guy knows how to make a fucking movie, and he's still a box office draw, bigger and better than ever, I would say, at the moment. This film did everything right. It did so much justice to its legacy characters. It honored the original. The plot itself is very similar to the original. It kind of falls almost into that soft reboot category, but the sequel elements, it didn't cheapen the character. There was no Last Jedi moments where, you know, like Luke Skywalker in that film, where it takes an iconic character and it just completely decimates them and ruins them. It's the character you know and love, but he has become weathered. He has become, you know, he's carrying a lot of an emotional baggage from the death of Goose in the first film, which is beautifully worked into the movie. The action scenes, the way they're shot, the fact that they did so much of it in camera, the editing, the action is intense. You're on the edge of your seat, and I'm using all of these buzzwords that are very cliche, but genuinely you're like that. And the whole ending doesn't let up with the action. It's very similar to Star Wars. They've got to shoot a torpedo into a small thermal exhaust port to get it done, but isn't that what the original Star Wars did back in 1977? A lot of films had become very depressing and were dealing with aspects of the war, and then Star Wars just comes out, and it's a very traditional film. It feels very familiar yet different. It's a very simple plot, heroes and princesses, and it took the world by storm, and people needed that kind of escapism. And that is exactly what Top Gun Maverick is. Hands down, genuinely in the conversation, I think Top Gun Maverick can go down in history as one of the best film sequels of all time. Up there with Empire Strikes Back, Terminator 2, Godfather Part 2. Genuinely, Top Gun Maverick, I would put it in that category. It's a fantastic film, and dare I say, better than the original. Although I still love the original. Okay, very, very quickly, guys. All Quiet on the Western Front. To me, if I was going to nominate a film to win, it would probably be this one, just in terms of production design and how emotional this is. World War I films are always really difficult for me to talk about because it's a subject matter that always really hits me quite hard emotionally, and they're always very difficult films to get through. 1917 was the last one. Fantastic film, but comparing, I don't like comparing films because they're both good in very different ways. 1917 feels much more cinematic in that, you know, you're following this lead character and it's stylized in that kind of one take, you know, that one shot kind of style that was very popular with some directors. And it's a brilliant film for what it is. But to me, this showed the horrors of war even more so than 1917. Both films are incredibly emotional, but this one was an absolute gut punch to me. And I'm not going to spoil the ending. I have read the plot synopsis on the original book, and it does look like it's not that faithful to the original book. And I've seen some people be very negative towards this film based on that fact. The book really doesn't focus on... It does deal with the horrors of war. It absolutely does, but not so much on the battlefield. It's not just, you know, running all guns blazing kind of book. It deals a lot where they go back home and they try and adjust when they're on leave. And there's just this massive rift now, this massive divide psychologically between the people that have gone off to war and the people that have stayed at home and the people that just can't adjust again to civilian life. And the book's more about that side of things and the psychological aspect on the soldiers. And you do get aspects of that in this film, but it is very, you know, it's bigged up for, you know, like a film with all of the battles and the war and everything. But this film is gruesome. This film and that futility of war, you know, as I say, it's just really, it's a frustrating film for me to watch because of just how many millions of people died. A complete loss of a generation. And yeah, it's just really difficult for me to talk about. It always hits me hard emotionally when I watch films like this, and this film's no exception. The cinematography in this film's absolutely gorgeous. It's one of the most beautiful films I've ever seen, with some of the shot composition in there. The terror of war. There's the tank scene is, oh god, absolutely harrowing, and probably one of the hardest scenes I've ever had to watch in a war film is the scene where he's in the crater and he kills the Frenchman, and he's just watching him slowly bleed out, and it's horrible, it's brutal, and it's in that moment where he just wants it to stop, he just wants him to pass, so he's not suffering, and he regrets what he did, and he doesn't want to do what he had to do, but it's war, you have to do that to survive, self-preservation. It deals with so many of those themes, and it's just, yeah. The soundtrack, the score was a little bit weird to me. It kind of goes a bit dubsteppy in some bits, so I don't think the score really fit the film all that much. But yeah, this was definitely one that's lasted with me, I think, and one that I keep thinking about. And I don't think it's a film that I'll probably ever watch again because it is so emotionally wrought, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be a film that everyone should see. And I think they should. In terms of a film, I'm just blown away by its scope and its production design. And you're looking at No Man's Land and the sets and the costumes and the amount of extras they've got. And I always look at films like this and I just wonder, how did someone make that on that scale and make it look as good as it did? Yeah, so I really enjoyed All Quiet on the Western Front is an interesting term for it. But yeah, very quickly, the last two, coming up to the last 10 minutes now. Triangle of Sadness. This was one that I watched today. This was the last one of all the films that I had to watch. Another dark comedy, a very Lord of the Flies-esque film. I didn't know anything about this film going into it, so I was completely cold. It starts off, it's a film told in parts and almost feels like three completely separate films half the time. And maybe it's stylistically done to be that way. You begin with a male and female model in a relationship, and it's this very vacuous, very based on money, and it's like a social climbing relationship. There's no love lost there between the two of them. She's on a phone all the time, social media, very image central. Money talks, image talks, and that's it. There's nothing in between. As the film develops, you get into these kind of caricatures of high society, posh yuppies and wealthy people who are just horrible, despicable human beings. And until they get on a ship and they eventually get stranded on a desert island and they're brought back down to reality very quickly and have to fend for themselves on a desert island. And a new hierarchy is made between the people on the less wealthy social economic ladder suddenly become the rulers of the island, and people have to adjust. It's a fun idea, but it's a film for me. This film didn't deserve to be nominated for Best Picture. This is a very, very average film. I think the pacing of this film is incredibly slow. It's very disjointed as well between the clear chapter marks in the film. You start with these two characters who you think are going to be your main leads, and they kind of just disappear through most of the second act. Like, a lot of the second act, they're not there, and then they're just kind of part of the ensemble at the end. So the structuring of that did kind of weird me out. And it's almost like you have to readjust to each new chapter of the film, and as you get into the conflict of what's going on. I guess the whole second act, there is a really funny set piece, an absolutely disgusting set piece, but one that is quite funny. And it is fun to see these wealthy, horrible, two-dimensional, evil people get their comeuppance in a very over-the-top, disgusting, comedic way. But this film honestly didn't do much for me. It really didn't. There is a great performance in there, though, actually. I need to bring up her name. She is the cleaning lady. Dolly De Leon is brilliant in this film and hands down the best actress, best performance in the role. And I did a bit of reading on the film. It's actually really, really fucking sad. Let me find her on here. So she's the female lead of the film. Charlby Dean, I think her name is. She's the one in the picture. If I just bring it up again, she's the supermodel on the left hand side. Passed away last year from sepsis. Really, really fucking tragic. She was only 32 years old. So yeah, I didn't expect that. So that's really, really sad to hear that happened. Just, kind of out of your control kind of thing. The film itself also did kind of annoy me at the end because they just didn't write an ending, and it just abruptly cuts off. And I don't think it's one of those endings that's like, oh, really ambiguous what happened. I just feel like the ending was shit because they just cut on a kind of perplexing ending shot, and that's it. Then credits start rolling. So the lack of ending did really annoy me. And then the last film that I want to talk about very, very quickly is Women Talking. This is written, and so the screenplay is by Sarah Polley, also directed by her as well. It's based on a book that's a kind of fictional accounts of real life events in a way. There's a Mennonite colony based in, was it Bolivia? I think was the original colony. Kind of like Amish people, I guess, in a way, very, very religious. And the men of this colony are sexually assaulting and attacking, physically abusive to the women in the colony. And when the men are away posting bail and the women are just at the homestead, they have a 48-hour decision to make whether they leave the community and fend for themselves, whether they stay and just put up with the sexual abuse for the rest of time, or whether they physically fight the men. And it's just kind of them deliberating on what they plan to do. And you've got pros and cons for all the things. And as I say, very God-fearing women. And that's the film, basically. It's got a really ugly color palette to it. It's kind of like all done desaturated, but it all looks really digital, like they've just cranked the thing all the way down. And so it's a very ugly looking film, I thought, to me, like just with the color palette, like this weird, horrible kind of sepia tone to it. It just didn't work for me. And I feel like the film, although it deals with these, real life events and very hard hitting and disgusting events that happened as well, I felt like the film was just very samey. It felt like it was just kind of hammering the same point again and again and again for 2 hours. And I don't think it was shot in a particularly creative or interesting way. It felt like they just were trying to fill a word count on an essay. It felt like they had the same paragraph and they just kept rewriting and just saying it in a kind of different way. Some of the performances are really great in this. Let me just bring up the name of the actress. I feel like I've seen her in something before. Jessie Buckley, Irish actress, I think, and Rooney Mara were fantastic. I really liked Ben Whishaw in the film as well, but the film itself just really didn't do much for me. So I'd say the weakest two on this list for me, weakest three, Avatar 2, Triangle of Sadness, and Women Talking. Oh, and The Fabelmans as well. I'll chuck that in there. Those are the four weakest ones for me. The rest of them, Top Gun Maverick, All Quiet on the Western Front, Tar, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Elvis, and Banshees of Inisherin, all really, really love those films. And we'll see how they do tonight. So those are my quick fire reviews on them all. I do want to talk about Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio as well, but we'll do that when we get into the actual ceremony itself. We are 2 minutes away from it kicking off, so I'm going to get my headphones plugged in. If you guys have got to take a bathroom break, I suggest you take it now. But we know how much they like to stall for time at the Oscars anyway, don't they? So we're going to have speeches, we're going to have musical acts, we're going to have really cringeworthy presenters in there. It wouldn't be the Oscars without them, would it? So earphones are in. So I'm watching this on Now TV. I do want to stress this as well. I'm not actually screening the Oscars. You won't see the Oscars on screen with me right now. I'm not sharing the screen. I'm not doing that. This is just merely a commentary, a watch along. However you're watching it, whether you're watching it on Sky or Now TV or whichever platform you're watching it on, bring it up now, and we'll get into it and we'll start watching it. I'm going to take a sip of my drink. I've talked for an hour straight so far, and I've got 4 more hours of it. So let's do this. Just get onto Now TV. £10 I have paid to watch the Oscars tonight. So appreciate what I do. It was not an easy £10 to part with because it's the Oscars, It's pretty cringeworthy, isn't it? We'll see. I don't know. This might be the last year that I do this. I don't know. If you guys want to see me keep doing this, that's fine. I enjoy movies, but Christ almighty, the Oscars was an all-time low last year, so they've got nowhere to go but up at this point. Come on, let me sign in. But yeah, we'll talk about predictions as well. I'll do a quick fire through of those as well. Live coverage from midnight. Here we go. Open now TV player. Got you on headphones whilst watching. I appreciate that, mate. I'll try and keep talking. I mean, I will pause for some things, obviously, when I'm watching intently, but I want to kind of fill the void so it's not just all empty space. Especially if someone just clicks on this live stream and it's just this sort of weird beardy guy just kind of sitting there in silence at the screen. It won't exactly be the most interesting thing to watch, will it? So, okay, yeah, I've got the live stream up now, so that's going. I'm going to go through my predictions real quick. So, this is going to be the Oscar predictions game. I play this every single year. I used to do this when I was on my old channel, and I did it last year on this channel, and I plan to do it again. For every category, you get 2 predictions. You get your first choice, which is worth 3 points, and you get your second choice, which is worth 1 point. Throughout the night, we'll keep a tally of however many marks we get, and we see who comes out on top at the end. I actually didn't see how many it's out of, so let me just check real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, we got 16 categories in total. Okay, let me check this. 16 categories. So there's a total of 48. I should have just been able to add that up, but I'm crap at math. A total of 48 marks tonight, then. That's what's on the table. So we'll see how we do. I am never usually good at this because I pick films, I predict films based on, I go with my heart a little bit. It's kind of a mix. I go with what I think will win, but also what I really want to win is kind of pulls me back sometimes. So I never do particularly good on these predictions. I'm going to go through these real quick now. Actor in a leading role, I've got Brendan Fraser as my number 1 for The Whale, and number 2, I've got Austin Butler for Elvis. Actor in a supporting role, I've got, I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong, Ki Hoi Kwan from Everything Everywhere All at Once. And I've got Judd Hirsch from The Fabelmans as my number 2. Actress in a leading role, first choice, I've got Cate Blanchett from Tar, and 2, I've got Michelle Yeoh. Actress in a supporting role, I've got Stephanie Hsu, is it, from Everything Everywhere All at Once, and I've got Kerry Condon as my second choice from Banshees of Inisherin. Animated feature, my number 1 choice is Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, followed by Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. Cinematography, I've gone for All Quiet on the Western Front as number 1 and Tar for my number 2. Costume design, number 1, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and number 2, Elvis. Directing, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and number 2 is Banshees of Inisherin. Documentary feature, I don't watch documentaries, so all of these I just go by the title. So documentary feature film, my number 1 pick is All the Beauty and the Bloodshed, and number 2, A House Made of Splinters. Documentary short, The Elephant Whisperers, Stranger at the Gate. Film editing, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and my second choice I've picked Elvis, but I might change that, but I'm going to lock that in now. Let's just go with Elvis. International feature, number 1, All Quiet on the Western Front, and number 2, Argentina 1985. Makeup and hairstyling, number 1, The Whale, number 2, Elvis. Original score, I've gone for John Williams with The Fabelmans as number 1, and Sun Lux as from Everything Everywhere All at Once for number 2. Original song, I've gone for Hold My Hand and Lift Me Up, and Best Picture, I've picked The Fabelmans as number 1, and Everything Everywhere All at Once as my number 2. I'll mention those again as we get into the categories, and the Oscars are beginning now, and we have a wild Jimmy Kimmel has appeared. 95th Academy Awards, Lord have mercy. Is it a dream come true for you guys watching at home? Living the dream. I'm going to need some more vodka to get through this night, I think. Yeah. Did all you guys watch these movies in a theatre? Yeah, oh god, I used to get that advert all the time at Odeon Cinema. Biffa says it's an elite fart smelling contest. Yeah, and that's why it's look, yeah, just look at everyone. It's just so the fakey fake glitz and glam of Hollywood. Like Triangle of Sadness, you kind of want to round all these people up, don't you, and just dump them on a desert island for a couple of months and see what happens. Oh, Anna de Armas, there she is. I mentioned this as well. I'm glad that Colin Farrell's been nominated for Best Actor. Hey, Brendan Fraser. It's short round. Look at him. He's always going to be short round. Dude's in his 50s, but he's still short round to me. As I say, yeah, Colin Farrell, sorry. He's never in the discussion for Best Actors. Like, if you're just listing Best Actors of all time, he's never usually in the contest, is he? You never really mention his name, but if you look at that dude's body of work, he is so versatile of an actor. Oh, look at Brendan Fraser. I really hope he wins. I want Brendan Fraser to win so bad. He deserves it. Didn't Ricky Gervais have very similar jokes to these, that everything's sequels and remakes and reboots? It's when he did like the Sophie's Choice sequel. Hey, there's Kate Capshaw. Oh god, it's like it's a well and truly a Temple of Doom reunion, isn't it? We got Short Round, we got Kate Capshaw. People find Jimmy Kimmel funny. Maybe it's just the American sense of humor, but I know some Americans that don't even like Jimmy Kimmel. Sound off in the comments as well whereabouts you guys are from. I'd be interested to know where you're all coming out from tonight. Are we all UK based? Oh boy, where's the vodka? Oh, John Williams, there he is. Thanks for the notes, John. Wow. Yeah. Hey, we've got Stafford. Nice. I think they'll give it to John Williams tonight. I mean, the dude's 91. To deny him an Oscar at that age is a bit dickish, isn't it? And he is one of the all-time greats. Although I will say the actual score to the Fabelmans didn't really stick with me. Babylon, actually. Did you just mention Babylon? I didn't see that film. That's one that slipped through the cracks this year. Did any of you guys see Babylon? Can give me your opinions on it. I'll go with that. Oh, could you imagine like the fucking balls on the Academy if they nominate Avatar 2 to win, and it does? I think I'll flip this desk. You'll just see an abrupt end to the live stream as I just go fucking nuts. Okay, finishing off the vodka, guys. Here we go. Woo! Let's go crazy. That might be too much vodka. What do you guys think? That might be too much. Oh, boy. Oh, well. It's only the Oscars one day of the year, right? Let's just go crazy with it. Women jokes. Yeah, okay. He's just ticking all the boxes tonight, isn't he, this Jimmy? Oh, here we go. Right on cue. Diversity and inclusion. Craig says that that Babylon was disappointing. That's kind of what I heard. That's why I stayed away from it. I was planning on seeing it, but on the day that I had tickets booked, I just didn't feel like going. I just couldn't muster the enthusiasm to go to the cinema and see it. But recently, I've heard people being a lot more positive on it. At the time when it came out, yep, absolutely with you. Everyone was saying it was disappointing and terrible. And I think it was one of those films that had a lot of Oscar buzz initially and then just was kind of crushed. But recently I've heard good things about it, so I don't know. It'll be one that I get to at some point, no doubt. Oh, that fake laughter in the audience. Oh, Lord. So actually, I want to. Oh, I thought Rihanna was going to be in the audience. Then I was going to a moment of silence to appreciate Rihanna. Taking all of these Academy Award nominated films out of the equation for a second, which films have you guys been watching recently? Has it literally just been the Oscar ones, or have you watched any other ones in between? Maybe you're watching a TV show. What have you been watching? I'd be curious to know what you guys have been watching recently. I'm actually at the cinema tomorrow. I was going to mention this at the end, but I may as well. Oh, Lady Gaga, hey, as our new Harley Quinn. But yeah, I'm at the cinema tomorrow. There's an early limitless screening for the horror movie Pearl, which is the prequel to the horror film from last year, I want to say, or 2021, called X. I actually haven't seen X, so I will be watching X tomorrow and then going to the cinema straight after to go and watch the prequel, Pearl. But it's an early screening. I'm not sure how early it is. It might be a week or so. So, yeah, I'll probably be live streaming again tomorrow night for my review on Pearl. I know nothing about it. As I mentioned, I haven't seen the original film. I literally just got the trailer for Pearl, and I thought it looked really interesting and really creepy and really stylized, and I can't wait to see it. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Craig Walker says that at the moment he's watching The Last of Us. He's on episode 2. I've watched Let's Plays of the game, and then I kind of heard mixed things about episode 4. But overall, I've heard really good things about The Last of Us, actually, so maybe I'll watch it at some point. I think after I've gone to see... Oh, that was a lot of vodka. That's a lot of vodka. Craig says that Pearl is amazing. Yeah, no, as I say, I got the trailer for it, and I was like, I need to see that film. I need to see that fucking movie right now. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I got my tickets booked for tomorrow night. I think it's at 7:30. But actually, this will be a good segue as ever. I know you guys are all watching the Oscars right now. Give me a follow on Twitter. If you haven't done so already, I encourage you to do so. You can find me at Hobbit Fan Editor. I'll post times that I'm going live for all of my film reviews and what you can expect. And yeah, give me a subscribe if you want to. No pressure. What I will say is if you're watching this and you're liking this stream, like the video as well, because the more people that like this video, the more chance that we are that people will see this live stream and be able to jump in. And I want this to be, you know, a community where we can all talk and, you know, talk about films and everything in between. So, yeah, if you're liking it, please do give me the thumbs up. I would really, really appreciate it. And this dude is still doing the intro. Guillermo. Actually, this is probably a good segue then. Let's talk about that. So unfortunately, that and Marcel the Shell with Shoes On are the only two animated features I've watched this year. I didn't get to Puss in Boots. I didn't get to The Sea Beast and Turning Red. I do really want to get to those films at some point, and I probably will. Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. As an adaptation, I didn't like it. I didn't like how it told the story of Pinocchio. I heard that it was going to be a lot more faithful to the novel, and it really wasn't, like, at all. There's the whole war is going on. There's like the backdrop of the World War going on. It leaves a lot out from the book. It leaves a lot out from stuff that's usually in adaptations, you know, like the whole donkeys and jackass thing and Pleasure Island and everything like that. It's not really in the film, not to the same degree anyway. So I was disappointed to not see that within the film. I think we're all kind of, our expectations of the Disney one, right? Not the god-awful live-action Disney Pinocchio they did like last year. I'm talking about the proper one from 1940. That's kind of what we come to expect, but the book is very different. So the tone is definitely a lot darker, which compares to the book, but just as an adaptation, I didn't think it was a good telling of the story of Pinocchio. From an animation standpoint, it's outstanding. And that's why it's my number one pick to win Best Animated Feature. And it would be nice to see a stop-motion animated film win it as well. On Netflix, I think they've got a making of, which I haven't watched yet, which I really want to, but I've seen some very, very quick... oh, hello, what have we here? Oh, there she is. I mean, that's wifey material right there. Just let's appreciate, folks. But what the fuck is Dwayne The Rock Johnson wearing? Is that like Velvet Peach? Okay, animation guys. Let's mark them off. As I say, 3 points for your first choice, 1 point for your second choice. Okay, so animation. I've got Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio at number 1. And Marcel the Shell with Shoes On as my number 2 pick. So let's see what wins. Oh yeah, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. Love the design of the blue fairy though. That was really fucking creepy. It's almost like a biblical angel where they've got like 6 wings and like eyes all over the wings and kind of looked Egyptian a little bit. So the creature design's great. That's another thing I wanted to add. I mean, look at the stop motion like that. Look at that for a design for the blue fairy. I mean, only in a Guillermo del Toro movie. I really enjoyed this film, you know, the more I thought about it, Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. It's a really nice, wholesome movie. But there's a lot of live action elements in there as well, though. That's what kind of threw me. So the thing with Puss in Boots that kind of annoyed me is this is a sequel, right, to all the Shrek films. So why are the 3 bears in there? Because Mummy Bear got killed and skinned and made into Lord Farquaad's rug. And the 3 bears were nice. So why are they villains now all of a sudden? So that kind of fucked the continuity. But okay, give it to Pinocchio. Come on. Okay, there we go. As predicted, off to a flying start. 3 points. Craig, give yourself 3 points, my friend. As Guillermo del Toro waddles out to the stage. Dude needs to go on a calorie-controlled diet, I think. Not that I want to fat shame, but, like, come on, dude. Yeah, I was going to say the fact that it's stop motion, I like that. We just need to bring hand drawn animation back, right, guys? I'm talking about the classic days of Disney. Disney in their fine form. Disney used to be a sign of quality, and now look at them. Really poor year though for animation, I think. This year, it almost seemed like they were kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel for nominees a little bit this year. Really awful year for Disney and Pixar. Really bad. Strange World, which I don't know if that technically counts as this year or last year. Terrible. Lightyear bombed. Turning Red was just put straight on Disney Plus. Yeah, just a really kind of awful year for Pixar and Disney. Because I am the Hobbit fan editor and Guillermo del Toro has just taken to the stage, what are your guys' thoughts on really wanting to see Guillermo del Toro's The Hobbit? Maybe after seeing this one. He probably said it during World War II or something, wouldn't he? He did this. It was a very similar thing to Pan's Labyrinth as well. That's, a fantasy, fable-like story set at the backdrop of the World War that's going on. And that's kind of Pinocchio as well. It's exactly the same thing. It's Pinocchio, and then the war's also going on. I think we've hit an ad break, haven't we? Oh, yeah. How... We are 20 minutes into this ceremony, and they've done one. They've done one award. We've got so many. No, Craig. Craig says, "Did I see Cabinet of Curiosities?" No, I didn't actually. I haven't heard great things about it though from a lot of people. It, as a concept, it seems like something that would be right up Guillermo del Toro's wheelhouse, but I haven't heard really good things about it, to be honest. So, is it worth checking out? Is it that some of the stories are good and some of them are kind of shit? And question, what is your favorite Guillermo del Toro movie? Speaking of Pinocchio, actually, I might have the video down here. Let me just, I'm going to grab this real quick. So, obviously, the Disney version of Pinocchio, right? Absolute classic. The animation. I actually went back and watched some of the scenes from this, specifically the Monstro whale fight at the end. And the animation is flawless. Like the fact that they hand drew that frame by frame, it's absolute marvel of animation and terrifying as well. The scene where Lampwick turns into the jackal, turns into like the donkey, and he's screaming for his mom as his like hands are turning into hooves. Like it's fucking horrible. But this was another one I grew up with as a kid, actually, and I think Jim Henson maybe had something to do with this, with some of the puppets in there. I can't remember. It's called The Adventures of Pinocchio. I don't know if any of you guys remember this. I don't think it's a very well-known film, but there's music in there by Brian May and Cecil, which is nice. Cecil, I think that's how you pronounce her name. And it's a really, really good adaptation. Certainly when you compare live action adaptations of Pinocchio, I think this is the best one. And I watched the hell out of this film growing up. I really did. And again, after watching Guillermo's, I went back to this and watched a few scenes from this, and it's really, really very good. I still really enjoy it. Craig says Pan's Labyrinth is his... Yeah, that's mine too. Yeah, I think that's definitely his magnum opus, isn't it, at the moment? I watched one of his... It might have been his first ever film that he made, actually, or certainly one of his earliest ones. Is it called Kronos, I think? It's like a body horror film. Very, very strange film, but I remember liking that one as well. So Kronos was pretty good. I think it was called Kronos. I think it's this guy. He has to like put his blood in this amulet, I think, isn't it? He starts to decompose or something if he doesn't put this blood into an amulet? Or am I thinking of Hellraiser? I feel like there was something to do with having to drink someone's blood like a vampire or put it into this amulet to sustain your life, I think. But that was good. But yeah, Shape of Water I thought was really overhyped. Didn't that win Best Picture? Didn't Shape of Water won Best Picture, didn't it? Absolutely didn't deserve to win that year. No way. Hellboy 2 was terrible. I wasn't a big fan of Pacific Rim. So he's very hit and miss for me as a director. I'm always intrigued to see what he does next, though. Oh, that's a lot of vodka in there. Oh. So I guess looking ahead now then to the rest of 2023, which films are we most looking forward to the remainder of this year? Are there any that we're dying to see? For me, John Wick Chapter 4 at the end of this month. I cannot wait. Love me some John Wick. And then Mission Impossible 7. It's going to be all the action films for me this year, I think, the ones I'm most looking forward to. Oh, here we go. Avatar. God, there's so... Oh, God, this film. I think just how narratively it just really didn't move anything on, did it? There's the... Do you remember... You're trying to establish Colonel Quaritch or whatever his name is as your main villain. And yet he never really does anything bad in this film. There's loads of opportunities where he could have really showcased how evil he is, and they just never took the opportunity for it. The fact that Avatar 2 made as much money as it did really, really hurts me on a deep emotional level. I thought people may have wised up after the first Avatar film. I thought there'd be a lot of people go and see it opening couple of weekends. It's been 13 years. The fans of the original go and see it. But the fact that it still made over did it make over 2 billion? I think it did. I'm pretty sure it did. The fact that it made that much money still really hurts my soul. And everyone should be ashamed. Hey, we've got Carl. I was hoping you'd show up, mate. How you doing? Good evening to you. Or good morning, I guess, at this point. Carl, predictions, my friend. I've already gone over my predictions already, but I'll shout them out at the beginning. I'm playing that. You know the game well. You've used to follow me on my old channel. 3 points for first choice, 1 point for second choice. We've had best animated feature film so far. My number one choice was Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. Second was Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. So I'm 3 for 3 at the moment, but I'm not confident with my picks. I've let my heart get in the way a lot of times with this, I think. So, and that's usually what lets me down. So, but let me know what you. I'm going to bring up the picture again before we get into this next one. Let me know your prediction for best picture. So that's the selection right there. Which is your favorite, and which one do you think will take it tonight? Oh, is this best supported actor? Yeah. Okay. Best supporting actor. So my number one choice is, I'm going to pronounce this horribly, Ke Huy Quan for Everything Everywhere All at Once. And number 2, I've got Judd Hirsch from Fabelmans. I did think that Barry Keoghan was very good, though, in Banshees of Inisherin. Yeah, I'm with you there, Craig. Yeah, he was very, very good. And I'm interested to see what he does with the Joker as well. We've got that deleted scene from him, and it seems like he's channeling Heath Ledger a little bit too much for me. I'd like to see him really make it his own, whether we get more of the Joker in the Batman Part 2. So Judd Hirsch is my second choice. Family. Oh, there we go. We've got that coming out soon as well, haven't we? Fast and Furious 10. Ugh. Oh, Keoghan. I thought it was Kian. My bad. Yeah, he was a really tragic character, wasn't he, in that? Ki Hui Kwan. Okay, got it. Ki Hui Kwan. Fucking short round. Give him the award. Give it him. Strong Bridge. Oh, God, is that offensive? Probably. Someone's going to get pissed off about that, but I don't care. It's my channel. I can say what I want now. Okie dokie, Dr. Jones. Hold on to your potatoes. Yes! Yes! Short round. I'm 6 for 6. I'm doing good so far, guys. Full marks. These are softball ones, though. It's going to be the main categories where I fall down, I think. So, yeah, sound off. Let me know how many points you got if you're keeping score of who's going to be first choice. Craig, unfortunately, my friend, I think you got 0 points on that one. But, yeah, Barry Keoghan, very, very good in that film. Oh, look at him. Dude retired for 20 years. He's come back out and he's got it. I'm so pleased for him. So pleased for him. Look at him. Oh, wow. Oh, man. I'm getting misty. Short round. Stop doing this to me, damn it. Oh, look at him. He's so genuine. So genuine. Oh, I never knew that. America. Oh, man. Yeah, that's his attorney, wasn't it? Who dealt with everything, like all the legalities of stuff, getting him back into acting, I think. Ah, oh, he's great. He's great. Deserves it. Deserves it. Well done, my dude. I didn't know about his life. I didn't know like refugee camp and everything like that. It's really hard hitting. I didn't know that. Isn't he going to be in the new Indiana Jones film? Did I hear, or was that just a rumor? I mean, it's Kathleen Kennedy doing it, isn't it? Like Lucasfilm, right? So it's probably going to fuck over the character of Short Round as well as Indiana Jones. Carl Roberts says, I'd love Top Gun Maverick to get Best Picture purely for what it did for cinema and dismissing the myth films in the cinema couldn't make money. Think Elvis will get it. Oh, well, oh, okay. That's an outsider option right there. We'll see. This is best supporting actress. I'll continue that comment in a minute, mate. All right, I'll just do this. Supporting actress, I've got number 1. I've got Stephanie Hsu. I'm pronouncing that wrong, from Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Kerry Condon from Banshees of Inisherin. That's my number 2. Craig, a lot of love for Banshees of Inisherin tonight. Oh, she was so good. She was so good. Siobhan. I hear you're a racist now, father. I watched the whole movie and I thought it was Rebecca Ferguson. Shame on me. I think it's tough. It's a really tough category. I think Jamie Lee Curtis might take it, maybe. I mean, she was good. Jamie Lee Curtis was good. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I wouldn't. She's just Jamie Lee Curtis, you know. Stephanie Hsu. Okay, got it. Hsu. Let's see how we do. Okay. I thought it probably would be. Compared to Stephanie Hsu, though, Kerry Condon was fantastic, right? And I'm with you there, Craig. Stephanie Hsu, if we're going to compare the 2 supporting actress roles within that same film, the whole film hinges around Stephanie Hsu. And that was definitely her best scene right there that they just showed, which is kind of like the emotional climax of the movie between her and her mother, Michelle Yeoh, in the movie. That was much more varied emotional performance, right? For that character in the film. Am I way off base there? Don't get me wrong, I love Jamie Lee Curtis, I do. But if we're going from that film, here we go. This is where I start crashing and burning, folks, then, because I've got a 0 points. 0 points. Jamie Lee Curtin's like, we are Legion. Best Jamie Lee Curtis movie for me, A Fish Called Wanda. Love that movie. If you guys haven't seen that, really good comedy film. John Cleese, Michael Palin, and oh god, what's his name? Kevin Kline. Kevin Kline. Jesus Christ, really good film. You get an Oscar, and you get an Oscar. I want an Oscar. Can I have one, please, Jamie? What would I do with an Oscar? I'd probably just use it as a paperweight. It'd just get dusty, and I wouldn't really do anything with it. Yeah, you wipe those crocodile tears away. Oh, that is a good shout. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's in the topic of discussion, isn't it? Because we were talking about James Cameron movies earlier. True Lies. Yeah. Oh, hello. What have we here? Sorry, hold that thought. Lady in Red. Yeah, True Lies, man. Great movie. Here's the question, though. Would Jamie Lee Curtis still get it? Would you want to see that striptease scene now with Jamie Lee Curtis? I think maybe a couple more of these. We'll talk. Wow, she looks amazing. Jesus. So I have listened to all of the best original songs this year. What a truly awful year for best original songs. Or maybe it's just my disdain for modern music. But yeah, I wasn't a fan of this one. If we're talking best original song, I've got Hold My Hand. It's Top Gun Maverick, isn't it? Come on. And I've got Lift Me Up as number 2. Speaking of which, I'm going to lower the volume on this because I hate this song. Carl says, yeah, about Top Gun Maverick and what it did for cinema. Yeah, I would... Oh, if that wins tonight... Because, yeah, I mentioned that... So I've picked The Fabelmans because it's a film about filmmaking, and studios love that shit. The Academy loves shit like that. But if you're looking at sort of like the antithesis of what it is to go to the movies and why you go to the cinema and what you experience during the cinema, it's a solid blockbuster film. To get it nominated for Best Picture is testament to how good that film is, and especially how many categories it is nominated in. But if that does get nominated, I said it earlier, I was like, it would be like the happiest day of my life if it wins. And I was really happy for Coda last year, like genuinely. That film was wonderful, and I was really glad that Coda won. What is... Okay, so we just got a music number still going on at the moment. Top Gun Maverick. Okay, so here's a question on the subject of Top Gun Maverick. Provided it's done well, this isn't going to be like a Last Jedi type situation right now. Provided it's done well, and let's say whichever film this is would get the same kind of treatment as Top Gun Maverick, and it would be absolutely fantastic. Which legacy sequel to a film do you really want to see? What legacy sequel do you think could really work? And I'm not talking like a legacy sequel that's been done by Kathleen Kennedy. I'm talking by like an actual quality team right now. Craig says, I was disappointed that Nope wasn't appreciated. I still haven't actually watched that. It's on my back burner. I downloaded the app Letterboxd actually recently again to cross off all these films that I've watched over the Oscars, and that one did stick out to me. So yeah, I definitely need to go back and watch that. I've still got so many movies to watch. I really have. I've been thinking about what to do with the channel. Well, not to do with the channel, what to do on the channel after all the Oscars are all said and done. I mean, I've got the Pearl review tomorrow, and then obviously you'll have Mandalorian reviews every Wednesday until season 3's over. But yeah, I've been trying to think. I mean, what kind of reviews would you like to see? Would you like to see me go back to some older films and review those, or franchises, filmographies? Pick a given director and just work through their body of work. I like to get input from you guys and what you want to see from the channel as well. I have got a really, really big retrospective planned on the channel for later in the year. I've got 2 actually planned. But that's going to be towards the back end of the year, around October. That's when we're going to start that. But yeah, I'm interested to know what you guys would like to see. Would you like more sort of up-to-date content? Say like The Last of Us came out. That was like a brand new show, right? Would you rather see TV show stuff week to week like I'm doing with Mandalorian, or are you just happy with the output at the moment? Because, yeah, I want to know what you guys like to see. We're all in this together, yeah? I'm still figuring all this stuff out. One series of films that I was interested in going back to in I think is it April? Is it April that the new one comes out? There's the new Evil Dead film coming out. So one retrospective I was tempted to do was the original Evil Dead trilogy and then the remake. So it'd be a month before the new one comes out. and then I do one a week. So Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, and then the remake Evil Dead, which would set us up for the new one that comes out. But yeah, legacy sequels. Which film would you love to see get a sequel if it got the same kind of treatment as Top Gun Maverick? I would go with that same caliber as Top Gun, though. I'm trying to think of that. You couldn't do one to Princess Bride. I wouldn't touch that. Never Ending Story? Maybe not. Couldn't do Labyrinth. I mean, I'd kind of want to say Dark Crystal, but they did that with the TV series, which I actually really enjoyed, Age of Resistance. But obviously that got shit canned, didn't it, from Netflix when they cancelled it? I don't know. That's a tough question. Legacy sequel. Craig says legacy sequel. Oh, Big Trouble or the Thing. Out of the two, Big Trouble in Little China, definitely. And there was actually James Hong's character in Everything Everywhere. I was getting really big Lo Pan vibes from him again with his performance in some bits. When he's the alpha verse version of himself, I was like, hey, Lo Pan's back. Big Trouble I could go for. Kurt Russell could absolutely do it again. It'd be great. As long as you keep it practical effects, though, but I definitely think you could do a lot more with it now and get even more wacky and wonderful with it. The Thing's interesting, but I don't want them to touch The Thing. The end of The Thing is fantastic. And then we saw how they did that awful 2011 prequel as well with all the CGI in there, which was a real shame because they were building practical shit for that film and the practical stuff looked really, really good. Not saying that the film would have been good, but at least if it had used the same kind of visual style as that one. Legacy sequel. RoboCop, mate. I don't know if you could do RoboCop now. I mean, they did the remake as well with RoboCop, didn't they? It's so tough to get right, just picking a project. Commando, maybe with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'd love to see another Cobra film. There you go, actually. I'd pick Cobra. The Sylvester Stallone movie. Great fucking movie. Tar. Okay, let's show respect for Tar. This was one of my favorites from this year. Biffa mentions The Last Starfighter. That's a good shout, actually. Yeah, I need to watch this film again. This was so good. Really, really complex character. Legacy sequel, Cloverfield. That makes me feel very old because if we're counting Cloverfield as a legacy sequel now, would this be a sequel to the original Cloverfield? Would this be like another one in the anthology? Actually, my favorite Cloverfield film was 10 Cloverfield Lane. Apart from the ending, the last 10 minutes kind of shits the bed a little bit, but the John Goodman one in the bunker, really good film. Apart from the ending, as I mentioned. Okay, I'll give him a point for a funny joke. Okay, what's this next one? So far, I am 6 out of 9. I completely crapped out on that supported role one. Wow, I mean, I was tempted to unbutton one of these on my V-neck, but fucking hell, what is Riz Ahmed wearing? Is that a purple? Is that a pink collar? Oh no, I've got to compete with him now. Got to give the people what they want. There we go. Just for this category, give the people what they want. And the subscribers come flooding in. Hello, you are joining the Hobbit fan editor after hours. Welcome. Is this a documentary feature, this one, or is this documentary short? I think it's feature, isn't it? Okay, documentary feature film. I don't watch documentaries, so number one, I've picked number one, All the Beauty and the Bloodshed, and number two, A House Made of Splinters. I have no idea. I mean, All the Beauty and the Bloodshed sounds like some kind of war documentary, so. Well, I couldn't be more wrong. Yeah, I really don't watch documentary. I just don't have time. I can't watch all of this stuff. I should probably watch more documentary. I say that every year. I've been saying that every year for about 7 years, and I still haven't watched a documentary. So, um, yeah, I probably need to get on that. Yeah, so number one, All the Beauty and the Bloodshed, and A House of Splinters at number two. I literally went by titles alone, I'm afraid. So it's probably going to be Fire of Love. The what? Oh, okay. That is a zero again. And I'm not doing well, and I'm being an absolute slut right now. So let's cover up. It's quite enough of that. Oh, hello. How are we all holding up, guys? All right, we're coming up to 1 a.m. 3 hours to go, and you're in safe hands. Craig says, "Oh my God, Navalny is awful." I'm going to take your word for that because yeah, I'm. This isn't my department. I don't profess it is. I know not of this. I know not of these things. Oh, she's gorgeous in the background. I get really lecherous. I don't even mean it in a lecherous way. I'm just saying it genuinely as a compliment. Like the redhead in the green dress in the back, she's absolutely stunning. Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. Yeah, done solely as a fuck you to Putin. Yeah. What do we think then, guys? When are the nukes going to fly? Do we think they're going to fly? I don't think they're going to fly. If they didn't fly during the Cold War, I don't think they'll fly now. It's usually just posturing, isn't it? But yeah, I think things have kind of gone mum a little bit in the old Ukraine at the moment, haven't they? Haven't really been keeping up to date with things that have been going on. And the things that are going on, you never know if what you see on the news is exactly what's happening. So, unless you go to particular news sites, in which case you can get like the actual truth or closer to the actual truth. Is this documentary short now? Is it? I think is it doc? Oh, live action short. Live action short. Live action short. Oh god, I don't have live action short. Did I miss one? Okay, I'm not gonna watch. I'm not gonna watch what wins. Live action short. I'm not watching now. I have missed a category. So okay. Oscar nominees. I'm not watching the screen. I'm gonna do this fair, so I can keep track of the points. I must have missed a category. My bad. Let me check real quick. Live action short. Live action short. I thought I went through every category on here. I didn't see that. Leading actor in a leading role, supporting role, actress, supporting role, animated feature, cinematography, costume design, directing, documentary feature film, documentary. Oh, is it that documentary short film? Oh no! I did have that. I did have that documentary short film, right? Is this a doc? This is doc. Just to confirm, this is documentary short film, right? Is this the one that we're doing now? Is this a documentary short? No, it's not documentary short, is it? Wait, which category is this? I'm so confused. Oh, short. Okay, there we go. Short film. Short film live action. I missed out two categories. Shame on me. Okay, I am going to forfeit that point. So that's going to put me down a peg. That's fine. Wow, I think I've missed out loads of categories on here actually. Yeah, wow, I'm terrible at this. Hang on. I swear these didn't appear earlier when I did this. Best picture. Right, okay, yeah, I've got to write more down. Bear with me. It's not out of 48. It's definitely not out of 48. Okay. Production design. I am going to go, at least we've got a bit of a break. Production design, I am going to go for number one. Production design, I'm going to go All Quiet on the Western Front. And number two, I am going to go with production design, Babylon, Elvis. Elvis is number two. Short film, animated. Short film, animated. I'm going to go with, again, I haven't seen any of these films. Short film, animated. The Boy, the Mole, the Fox and the Horse, The Flying Sailor, Ice Merchants, My Year of Dicks. An ostrich told me the world is fake, and I think I believe. Well, I've got to give it to an I've got to give it to My Year of Dicks because I'm going by titles here. And number two, I'm going to go with the an ostrich. An ostrich. Sure. I'm forfeiting the short film live action because I didn't get there in time for that. Sound. I'm gonna do. I'm sorry for this, guys. I completely missed this section out. Sound. It usually goes to war movies, so I'll give it to All Quiet. And number two, I'll go with Top Gun. Could go to Top Gun, actually, the more I think about it. And let's see. Got another bit of paper. Visual effects. Visual effects. That is going to go to Avatar, so I'll give that for number 1. Avatar. And number 2, let's give it to Top Gun. Could go to All Quiet, actually, but let's go with that. Adapted screenplay. I'm going to go... Women Talking, All Quiet as number 1. Number 2, adapted screenplay, Women Talking. Probably will go to Women Talking, actually. And original screenplay, last one. Original screenplay. I want it to go to the Banshees for writing. I want it to go to the Banshees of Inisherin. But I've got a feeling it will go to Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. So I'll give number 1 Everything, and number 2 I'll give to... no, actually. Original screenplay, I'll give Banshees number 1. Probably going to regret that, and Everything at number 2. There we go. Okay, I'm all caught up. So apologies for that. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I've got it. 23 categories. 23 times... Okay, so it's out of... 69. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Out of 69. I'll just double check that because we're still on a break. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, 23 categories. Total of 3 points out of all. Yeah, out of 69. There we go. Couldn't have made it more perfect. Apologies for that, guys, but there we go. Yeah, so I'm already forfeited 0 points anyway on 1. So All Quiet on the Western Front. Yeah. Jesus. What an ending, though. I mean, I won't give the ending away for anyone who hasn't seen it, but yeah, the film just really got to me. Okay, cinematography. So, cinematography. I have got All Quiet on the Western Front as number 1, and I've got Tar as number 2. I'm probably going to be completely wrong on those, but let's see how we do. Speaking of these two, thoughts on Creed 3? What did we think of it? yeah, just how they like built all this stuff, and just look at that. Just oh, it's only a quick shot, but okay. What do we reckon, guys? Predictions for this one? All Quiet at number one and Tar for number two. I've got. Although I have heard Empire of Light does look phenomenal. Okay, here we go. Yes, well deserved. Even like the opening montage of that film, you've got the Fox family, and you've got like the little pups that are kind of nursing, and those like forest shots and everything. The landscape shot, yeah, just, it looked phenomenal. But yeah, I agree with you, Craig. There, I'm really upset that Banshees didn't at least get a nomination, because Banshees is one of the best looking films I've seen in the last few years. The location shooting and just the way that the camera moved, every frame of Banshees looked fantastic. Um, so yeah, I'm really surprised it didn't get a nomination, to be honest. But there we go. Three, excuse me, 3 points to All Quiet on the Western Front. I agree, Craig. Yeah, it definitely should have been nominated. Worthy winner, though. I think definitely All Quiet on the Western Front, as I mentioned. That I think that was definitely the best looking film out of all the ones that were nominated. At least I didn't see Empire of Light. I must admit I didn't get around to watching that one, but I did hear from someone who had watched it that it looked gorgeous. Which I mean, it's Roger Deakins. Like who could ask for more with that, really? But yeah, Banshees definitely deserved it. So I am going to give them a name check because someone has to. Um, I did mention them actually in the review that I did for Banshees of Inisherin, so I feel really bad now that I don't know the name. So I'm going to mention the name right now. Cinematography was done by Ben Davis, who's actually worked on a lot of the Marvel films before. Um, he was the cinematographer on Kick-Ass, Hannibal Rising, and then the Marvel films Guardians of the Galaxy, Age of Ultron, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, and the Eternals. He's a long-time collaborator with Martin Donner. He's done 3 of his films, including 3 Billboards. So there we go. Should have been nominated. Oh yeah, this is yeah. There we go. So we got another musical number. Here's a question. For those of you that can eat bagels, what would you put on your everything bagel? I must admit, I'm not too keen on this song, like at all. Um, Craig says legacy film Christine. Oh god, it's been ages since I've seen that film. Isn't that the John Carpenter film? Is it? I think it's about a car, isn't it, Christine? If I've got the right one. Salmon and cream, my man. There we go. That's it. That's always a solid choice. Love that. Yeah, really good choice. Oh, Philadelphia spread. I'm hungry now. I've got no snacks. I've got to stay up for the next just shy of 3 hours, and I've got no food. It's going to be touch and go, folks. But I do have alcohol, so cheers. Is that Mel Brooks? Margot Robbie, guys. Costume design. Are we going to another break? Jesus Christ. Someone's making their money. Costume design. Okay, for the next category then. Number 1, I've got Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. And then number 2, I've got Elvis. Now, I was tempted to pick, what's the name? Miss Someone Goes to Paris, whatever it's called. Because it's all about Dior, right? It's a Dior dress. I got that trailer. So when I was doing the James Bond retrospective on the channel week to week, I pretty much got that trailer for that film every single week for pretty much all of the 20-odd Bond films. I hate seeing that trailer, and I refuse to watch the film out of basic principle for that. So because it's about like Dior and, you know, really high-end fashion, again, the Academy loves films about fashion for the costume design category, so there's a good chance that that could win. But I really love the aesthetic and the costume design, even for oh god, what's the name? The I'm sorry guys, I'm all over the place tonight with this. Even for Stephanie Hsu's character, all of her costumes were so out there and wild and wonderful that I've got Everything Everywhere All at Once as number 1, and then number 2, just Elvis, because I mean it's fucking Elvis Presley. Like, the guy was an icon, and his costumes are as iconic as he was. And just the attention to detail on them and everything. So that's why Elvis is my number 2. You've got costumes from the time period as well, for all of the actors there. So that would probably elevate it for me as well. But yeah, we'll see. We're about to see Margot Robbie. Legacy film, Shawshank. Oh, see, if you're going to do a Shawshank sequel, you'd have to get them back in the prison, because that was the whole crux of the first film. But that would completely ruin the end of the first film. So I don't think I'd go with that. Legacy sequel. Let's see what we could go with. I was thinking maybe like a Tarantino movie or something, maybe like Pulp Fiction, but then you wouldn't have Travolta in there, so that'd suck. Which character do I really want to kind of like touch base with after all these years of not seeing? Okay, does this count? Legacy sequel. A solo Michael Keaton Batman film. Now, I don't know whether I can mention that, because obviously Michael Keaton's Batman is going to be in The Flash. But I just want Tim Burton to come back and direct a third Batman film with Michael Keaton. I would fucking love that. Costume, Mrs. Harris, totally agree with you, mate. Made me hate it. Every fucking Bond film, that annoying tune, and then the joke about cleaning his arms. Yes, mate. I can still play that trailer back in my head, and I hate it. It starts off with that like fucking trumpet, doesn't it? And yeah. It's like, this guy, she gets a war widow's pension. This guy literally dies and gives her this money to keep her safe and to make sure that she's looked after and that she's, you know, she can fend for herself. She can support herself, as any good man should do. And she spends it all on a fucking dress. How materialistic do you have to be? I know she's a hard worker. I know that she's a cleaner and she just wants something nice for herself. But he died to give her this money, and she wants to spend it on a fucking dress. That's not a good woman. That's not a smart woman. I know it works out for her in the end, probably, but yeah. Oh god, yeah. Cleaning his knobs. It almost made me not want to go and see the Bond films, actually, or at least show up late, so I didn't have to watch that trailer. But I mean, the Bond films were like 25 weeks, 24 to 25 weeks. There's a lot of Bond films, and it was one a week. And I swear to God, that trailer was on every single Bond film. I was like, when is this movie coming out? Usually you get a trailer for something that's coming out pretty soon, and nah, we just kept getting it. It's like all specially chosen for this film, actually. I'm like, what has Miss Harris Goes to Paris got to do with Bond? Women Talking, wasn't a fan. Wasn't a fan of this movie. Just the color palette just looked really, I don't know. As I say, it just looked like the crank the desaturation all the way down. This strange sepia look to everything. So the screenplay didn't really grip me. It deals with like hard hitting subject matter, but it just felt so repetitive. It just felt like there wasn't saying anything different each time. And then the film just looked ugly. It kind of reminded me of a play, almost like a very low key kind of film, which usually I don't mind. Oh, here we go, costumes. Craig says, I purposely arrived late due to that trailer. Craig, if you've mentioned it already on the previous Bond reviews, just remind me, what's your favorite Bond movie out of all 25 of them? Damn, Samuel Jackson looking good, man, for his age. Jesus Christ. He has control of the Senate and the courts. He's too dangerous to be left alive. Okay, so costume, just to reiterate, I've got number 1, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and number 2, Elvis, but it will probably be Mrs. Harris, actually. This is what I mean. It's kind of like I go with kind of what my heart's telling me, and then I realize that, yeah, I should have picked the... Oh, makeup and hairstyling. Okay, I've got The Whale at number 1, makeup and hairstyling. I've got The Whale at number 1, and Elvis at number 2. I was going to put the Batman as my number 2, but I thought I can only add so many fat suits into my into my picks. Yeah, cool. 3 marks. I mean, the Batman was very good. By the way, Craig, are you excited for the Penguin spin-off show? I know you love Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell hyped tonight, and he was a fantastic Penguin. Probably the closest we've had to the comic book Penguin. I mean, Burgess Meredith was probably closer to the Penguin back then in the 60s, but definitely sort of modern day. I love Danny DeVito's Penguin, though. I have loved all the Penguins so far, and even Gotham. Like, Gotham was a terrible show, but the actor who played the Penguin was pretty good. Kind of liked him. You mentioned your favorite Bond film there as well, Living Daylights. My favorite is the other Timothy Dalton one, but I like Living Daylights as a film, but the one thing that really lets it down for me is the villain. I think the villains are a shit in Living Daylights, but I really like Timothy Dalton in it, and I like the film. The third act with the plane is fantastic. So whenever we go to the next ad break, I'm probably just going to take a quick bathroom break. So just to let you guys know. Yeah, man, I agree with you. Colin's brilliant. Just look at any film that he's done. Like all of his films, he's so varied his performance. And when I was watching The Banshees of Inisherin, I actually had his portrayal of the Penguin in my head as I was watching it, and thinking like how varied this guy is. We're just on an ad break at the moment, guys, so I'm going to take this opportunity to just grab a quick bathroom break. Yeah, go and take a break, go and grab snacks, go and grab a drink, whatever you've got to do, go to the bathroom. I'll be back really shortly, okay, guys? I'll catch you guys in a minute. Okay, I'm back, guys. How are we doing? Still on the ad break. I mean, we've been talking about Best Pictures, right? Obviously, it's the night of the Oscars. Best Picture is the most coveted award of the night, probably. I want to hear from you. What are your favorite films of all time? If you had to pick one favorite film, like, doesn't necessarily have to be a Best Picture winner or nominee, but what is your favorite movie? I mean, if I was going to pick one that's been awarded the Best Picture, my favorite's Return of the King. But Return of the King isn't my favorite Lord of the Rings film. So if I'm going with my favorite film of all time, I would say The Fellowship of the Ring. So yeah, I guess those are my two. It's handy that they're both from the same trilogy. Oh god, Jurassic World Dominion. I've just got an advert for Jurassic World Dominion at the moment. So I'm watching this on Now TV. It's broadcast from Sky, so I don't know if you guys are getting the same adverts that I am, but you got it. Yeah, let's just do a bit of housekeeping then while we're still on the ad break. If you are enjoying the stream, please do give it a thumbs up. I hate being like these generic channels that go like smash the like button, but genuinely, if you like this video, there's chances are with like the YouTube algorithms and stuff like that, more people might get to see it, might get to jump in. And I want to try and, broaden this community if we can of film fans, get some more people in sharing their opinions on some of the films tonight. So I would really, really appreciate it if you did hit a thumbs up. Failing that, if you don't do that, please do give me a follow on Twitter at Hobbit Fan Editor. After the night tonight of the Oscars, I'll be live streaming tomorrow for my review on Pearl, which is a new horror film, the new horror prequel. And then I'll be planning my next project. So I'll let you guys know what I've got planned. I might even do some more polls on my Twitter page to gauge your guys' opinion on what you want to see. And yeah, subscribe for more movie reviews, discussions, and live streams. Because there'll be definitely more to come. I've got a lot planned for this year. I've got more stuff towards the tail end of the year planned, so I need some stuff for the middle. But yeah, I love this stuff. I'm not going anywhere. I love talking movies. And yeah, tonight's great. I'm actually surprised that we've got so many people commenting tonight. This has been really, really cool. I get that, people are going to dip in and out and everything like that. But yeah, this is great. Thank you for spending your Oscars evening with me. It really means the world to me. Oh, Craig, here you go. Here's your favourite movie on right now, Banshees of Inisherin. Look at the cinematography of this, though. Just look at it. Like the framing of every single shot is so deliberate. Everything. How did this not get a nomination? And it's made me really want to visit Ireland again. Some of the more rural parts. Probably the most like rural parts of Ireland that I've ever visited. Kerry. I went to Skellig. Oh, they've got Jenny the donkey. Oh, that's great. I hope it doesn't shit on the stage. Oh, that's great. Oh, love Jenny. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, she's getting shy. Look, she's hiding behind Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, I'm feeling upset. Jenny, come on. Oh. Why am I almost crying? I'm almost crying over a donkey. I love animals. Oh, so sweet. Oh, she's beautiful. Look at her. Oh, costume. Oh, I'm almost crying at a donkey. Fuck you, 95th Academy Awards. Oh, God, I apologize for that, guys. Just, man the fuck up. Costume design. They promised me a Margot Robbie. Where's Margot Robbie? This is not a Margot Robbie. It is the Riddler, though. Costume design. Number 1, I've got Everything Everywhere All at Once. And number 2, I've got Elvis. So those are my 2 picks. If that suit that Paul Dano's wearing right now was green, that would be a better look for the Riddler than we actually got in the movie. Ave Maria. Oh, there's bits I love about the Batman, but there's some bits that are just a bit like, oh, why'd you do that? He's a fantastic actor, though, is Paul Dano. I'll give him that. He knows how to play a creep. Ooh, Craig says costume is Black Panther for me. Yeah, I mean, I still haven't seen the movie. I've completely dropped off the Marvel bandwagon. I haven't watched Thor: Love and Thunder, Ant-Man 3, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. I've dropped off the wagon now. I'm done with Marvel. So that is a very, very good costume design for Margot Robbie there. I approve this message. I mean, just for her character alone, yeah, like all the costumes they're showing are for her. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's this, just because it's Dior. Someone from Dior will be getting paid. Oh wow, nice one, mate. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you get 3 points. I get a big fat 0 for that. I told you I'm shit at this game. I'm terrible at predicting. Well done, mate. Craig says, favorite ever film, The Birds. Oh, okay, Hitchcock, nice. Although I love indie films like Borderlands, Cosmos, and Black Mountain. So I haven't seen those 3 that you mentioned. The Birds is a classic. Actually, that could be it'd be very ambitious of a retrospective to do, but there are so many Hitchcock films I still haven't seen. Going through his filmography could be really cool. Of all the films that he's directed, maybe that's an idea. I'd like to do more horror films on the channel as well. I feel like they've been neglected for a while, so I'd like to do some horror film retrospectives. Red Letter Media are doing a not Friday the 13th, a Nightmare on Elm Street one at the moment, so I don't want to steal their thunder, but I think some horror film ones could be fun. I mean, are you reshaping how culture is represented? Like, it's It's another Marvel film, you know, like films have done this thing before. It's not like Black Panther was the first one to do it. That's not taken away from like the costumes or anything. I'm not saying that. Like the costumes are fucking brilliant. I mean, I haven't seen the film, but that clip there, that like massive headpiece thing that the guy was wearing, yeah, like the costumes look awesome. But like, come on, like the films have done it. It wasn't the first one to do it, you know? Welcome. Wow. Oh, this is such a good guy. So okay, so I listened to all the best original songs, right? And I love Bollywood music. Like I love Indian music. So this is great. This is an absolute foot tapper. So yeah, I kind of want this to win. Well, no, I won't hold my hand to win, but this is a close second for me. It is, yeah, no, she's right. It is a total banger. I fucking love this song. It's Natu Natu, isn't it? I think it's called. Oh wow, no way. I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, right on. The first to be nominated for that. I mean, that's just Natu Natu. Oh, this is so great. She's absolutely stunning as well, my god. Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. It's good already, but wait for it. The beat's about to drop. Oh, is that what they call the stanky leg? It's like Indian Eurovision Song Contest, isn't it? This is great. Yeah, get it. You know, if I didn't have such a bias to Top Gun Maverick, I'd probably put this as my number one. They really play with the rhythm in a second as well, like the timing of some of the phrases. You'll hear it, the timing kind of. I mean, this will all be lip synced anyway, won't it? This, but. Oh, that's my dance move right there. Yeah, get it. Dick Van Dyke vibes, yeah. So this sounds slightly different to the version I heard on Spotify. So I don't know if there's multiple versions of it. There's a bit more rhythmic timing differences in the other one I heard. That was epic. That was epic. Epic. Give it the. I changed my mind. Lady Gaga, you're great. You're talented. You got a wonderful voice, and it's a fantastic song for Top Gun. But that's an absolute banger. So give it that. Oh, Salma Hayek. Woo. I am a lucky man tonight, folks. This is the best Oscars ever. This is great. But we've got another ad break. They're really dragging this shit. You know, if they just came on and just went like, right, here's the Academy Award for Director. Off. Next one on. Here's the Academy Award for Costume Design. We get through this shit so quick. We should just do that. Okay, I'm going to do a quick points roundup. So far, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12. I've got 12 so far. Too many zeros on the board at the moment, unfortunately. Not even ones. I'm not even picking up 1 marks at the moment. 1 marks still give me a little bit of a boost, so I need to. The last couple of rounds for me have been kind of brutal, so. Oh. Have you guys got snacks at home? I wish I had snacks. I don't. I just have alcohol. But have you got snacks on the go? We got popcorn. Actually, let me know when it comes to what cinema snacks do you get. Actually, if you get cinema snacks, because cinema snacks are really fucking expensive. But if you don't buy them from the cinema, which snacks do you buy? What do you like to have when you watch a movie? Do you have a go-to? Do you like a mix of things, sweet and savory? Let me know what you like to eat. No, do not. It's going to be stuck in my head now. I knew it would. But yeah, I just want to say a big. I mean, I've already thanked you guys anyway, but I just want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned in and continuing to watch. Yeah, this is great that you've picked my channel to have your commentary to the Academy Awards. Aren't you lucky people? But yeah, this is great. This is a lot of fun. I didn't expect to see. I had a vision of me jumping on here tonight, and I'd be the only one on, and I'd be talking to a camera by myself for however many hours it was. But yeah, this is great. So big love. Oh, a man of culture, minstrels. Yes, yes, good choice. When it comes to minstrels, so I'm more of a savory guy, right? I love my kettle crisps. I love my Pringles, my nachos and salsa, my pretzels, that kind of stuff, right? But if I do go for some chocolate, I always go with a bag of minstrels. However, I find that I can only have like a handful or so because they hit the spot to begin with, but then the more I eat of them, the more they kind of disagree with me and they get a little bit sickly. So yeah, I'm way more of a savory guy than I am sweet, but yeah, I do like me some minstrels. Oh, do. Wasn't Natu a Pokemon? I swear Natu was a Pokemon. Gen 2 was a little green bird. I swear that was Natu. Oh, we're back again. Jimmy Kimmel still doing what he does best, being an annoying cunt. They've just gone with him this year because he's such a safe choice as a presenter, isn't he? He's just the definition of safe. Craig says he's going to have to hit the sack now, dudes. I'm up at 6. Oh, Jesus Christ. You are a trooper. Hoping to wake up to Colin Farrell being an Academy Award winner. We'll catch you up on the stream tomorrow if it's on your channel. Yeah, it'll be on my channel, mate. It's not going anywhere. So, yeah, thank you for tuning in tonight, mate. This has been great. Yeah, go get some sleep. And, yeah, drop me a comment tomorrow if you get the result, when you see who wins. And, yeah, we'll chat more about it then. Have a good night, mate. I'll see you soon. Damn, I feel like I need to do the V-neck again right now. Oof. Focus, Chris. Focus. Eye contact. Eye contact. I must not bend. I must not break. Hopefully they'll actually get to some more nominees at the moment, because they're really fucking dragging their heels at the moment. Dark Crystal. Oh, wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. How are we all holding up, everyone? Sound off in the comments, by the way, if you're still watching. I've got that 3 people are watching at the moment. You all are being very quiet. Come on, let's get some comments going. Don't leave me on my own. Let's kind of recap the ones that have won so far then. So, any major surprises at the moment, would you say? Or I think everything's been a pretty solid win so far for the most part. Oh, Salma Hayek. She's a breath of fresh air. Fuck me sideways. Focus, Chris. Focus. I must not bend. I must not break. It's Puss in Boots. Oh, this is yeah, international feature. Okay, number 1, I've got All Quiet on the Western Front, and number 2, I've got Argentina, 1985. Yeah, more donkeys. All Quiet on the Western Front. Come on. Yeah. Well, you know, even if it doesn't win Best Picture, it's at least won that. So, I mean, that's as good as in the category, right? So, great film. Really, really great film. Although, I mean, I guess as a book fan, if you do love the book All Quiet on the Western Front, it is very different and does leave a lot of stuff out. So, you know, an argument's there to be made if they haven't adapted it as faithfully as possible. But yeah, that's the score. It's like it's like the tripods have landed from War of the Worlds or something. It was a weird score. I wasn't too keen on the music, but yeah, really, really good film. Quite, it's It's one that I'm going to be thinking about for a long time. I mentioned that it's probably not one that I'll go back and watch a second time because it was so just emotionally wrought. It's an absolutely harrowing movie with a really, really downer ending. So yeah, it's a film that definitely doesn't pull its punches. There's some really brutal, emotional scenes in it. It's difficult to say because I've only watched it the once, and it's still a relatively new film. If it'd be one of my favorite war films ever made, but it kept me gripped. It's a 2.5 hour movie. It's a long movie, but it kept me gripped. It's just really, it's a hard watch. You know, you got to be in the right mindset to watch it. We're on another ad break. Here we go. As I say, someone's getting paid tonight from all these adverts. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else to say. To be honest, guys, I've got a lot of dead air to fill. To be honest, we've got another 2 hours to go. So if you're watching, do sound off in the comments. Let's get a conversation going about the films. I'm going to bring up very quickly the list of nominated Best Picture films right there again, just to refresh our memory. So we've got Avatar: The Way of Water, The Banshees of Inisherin, Elvis, Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Fabelmans, Tar, Top Gun Maverick, All Quiet on the Western Front, Triangle of Sadness, and Women Talking. It's been a very interesting year for the Best Picture nominees, I'd say. There's some questionable choices on there, I'd say, but there's some definitely strong films too. Just to recap again, the one that I would love to see win is definitely Top Gun Maverick. That's the one to me where I felt elated coming out of the movies. It was such a great legacy sequel. All of the stuff done in camera as well, for the most part. The action was fantastic. Really good emotional continuation of Maverick's character. And dare I say, better than the original film as well. So that's the one that's like the fan in me would love to see Top Gun win. It won't. I don't think it will. Other films that I've loved this year, Tar, absolutely fantastic. Cate Blanchett, what a lead performance in that. The psychological elements to it. It's a film that I'm still reeling from and still thinking about now. I think it's a film that you can really analyze and pick apart. A very, very interesting character, framed almost like a real biopic, but it is a fictional character and a very fascinating and complex one, to say the least. As I just mentioned, All Quiet on the Western Front, solid war film, really showcases that futility of war and the horrible higher ups that just sent a whole generation of young men to their deaths. It's a very hard hitting movie, but it is a fantastic movie nonetheless. And the one everyone's talking about is Everything Everywhere All at Once, a really quirky blend of different genres and a celebration of Chinese cinema and action tropes, fantasy, sci-fi, romance, all kinds of stuff going on in one wonderful multi-dimensional multiverse traveling movie. Great performances and a really quirky, interesting, original style to it, which I really appreciated. And The Banshees of Inisherin, quite a low-key, smaller grade film compared to some of these other ones, but really wonderful writing, great performances all round, and a very intriguing, fable-like, folklorish story that unravels to gruesome consequences. So they're probably my favorite ones from this year, I would say. I don't think it's as strong a year as maybe which year was it? Was it 20? I can't remember. It was Joker. Was it 2019 or 20? It might be 2018. It was Joker, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, 1917. It was every film that year was great. Paris, I think it was the year that Parasite won. I'm pretty sure that was 2018. So right now they're doing a showcase on the Fabelmans. I must admit I wasn't too keen on this movie. I appreciate that it's a film about filmmaking. But I didn't think the writing was there. The screenplay felt it didn't feel naturalistic to me, and it didn't feel as emotionally hard hitting because I was so perplexed by some of the writing choices in it. Oh, okay. Documentary short. Documentary short. For my first choice, I've got a. I went by names on this again, folks, because I don't watch documentaries, unfortunately. So, documentary short, my first choice is The Elephant Whisperer, and number 2, I've got Stranger at the Gate. It's Mando. I'm a sucker for I love elephants. What can I say? That's why it's my number 1 choice. And then this one's my second choice. Again, I just went by titles on this because unfortunately I don't get around to watching documentaries. Let's see what wins. Oh, wow. That was a shot in the dark. Nice. 3 points on that. I'm surprised about that. That's probably the first thing that I've ever got full marks on a documentary. Awesome. So yeah, if your first choice gets called out, you get 3 points. If your second choice comes out, you get 1 point. Oh, look at those elephants go. Love it. Film. She went all Irish on that, didn't she? Film. Oh, that's... Oh, they played the music and cut her off. Oh, that's so awkward when they play the music to call them off. That's really shit. Because she never got to say anything. Okay, animated short. Oh god, animated short. Did I actually write this one down? This is really embarrassing. Did I miss one? Short film animated. Okay, yeah, my number 1 choice is My Year of Dicks, and number 2 is the one about an ostrich. Oh, that looks nice though, hand drawn. Nice. That was pretty good too. Please say My Year of Dicks. Oh, okay. So I got 0 points on that, but that did actually look pretty good from the preview. Oh wow, look at that. It's like a dying art form now, hand-drawn animation. What is this guy going on about? This is very strange. The guy forgets his clothes. I don't want to think about that. He might be opening up to some like personal stuff that's going on. What a strange Oscar speech. Let me guess, another ad break? Probably another ad break, right? Oh, okay, musical number. This is the one from Top Gun. Hold my hand. Okay, okay. Yeah, the only hero I need is fucking Tom Cruise and Top Gun Maverick. She had lip fillers. I don't know. Oh, what has she done to this song? Let's stick to the melody. Let's stick to the melody. I do want to say she's just like showed up in a like a t-shirt. I respect that. Oh, what has she done? Oh, this sounds terrible. Just stick to the fucking melody of the song, please. Oh, some bum notes on the piano there. I needed like the full orchestra version of this song, like in the movie. Yeah, it was like a sort of stripped back jazz kind of version to that in some parts. Like, oh, Tony Scott. Oh, that's nice. There you go. That's the version I wanted. That's nice that she thanks all the musicians like that, though. That's good of her. Okay, we're on another ad break. How are we all doing? We're crashing a little bit. It's fine. We've got 2 hours left. Less than 2 hours now. Just shy of 2 hours. So hopefully they start to pick up the pace once they run out of material that they can pad the time with. Let's see what categories we've got coming up then. Obviously, we've got visual effects still. The screenplay awards, we've still got loads actually. Costume design, they still. Oh no, they've done costume design, directing, editing, sound, picture, original score. Oh yeah, shit. We're in it for the long haul tonight, folks. We haven't even started yet. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna take another break anyway until we come back. So yeah, I'm just gonna pop it on another break. Just gonna chill for a bit, and then yeah, I'll be back when it comes back. Okay, and we're back with the Oscars. Yeah, Triangle of Sadness absolutely didn't deserve to be nominated for Best Picture. It really, really didn't. It's an alright film, I suppose, but definitely not Best Picture worthy. Oh, there was Minas Tirith right there from Return of the King. Okay, production design. Production design. Okay, so first choice, I've got All Quiet on the Western Front, and number 2, I've got Elvis. Okay. I mean, it's got to be that, right? I mean, just look at All Quiet on the Western Front. Like, how they built all of that. Just the scope of it. I mean, set decoration was just like green screen, right? Pretty much. I mean, all those vintage cars and everything in Elvis. Like, it could be that. Yeah, so production design, All Quiet, number 1, and Elvis at number 2. Let's see what takes it. Give me some points. Come on. Yeah. They love their war movies, quite rightly so. I mean, I've got a lot of. I must admit, it's kind of like an equal balance at the moment between how many, like 3 points and 0 points. It's equal both sides. So I haven't got any 1 point ones yet. It's either 3 or 0, which isn't. I don't know. Is that good? Ironically, this might be the best I've ever done. So I did have to forfeit some points though because I didn't write the category down, but. How many's All Quiet's picked up quite a few, hasn't it, so far, hasn't it? Production design, international feature. That might be it, actually. I thought it picked up some more. Is that it so far? Oh, cinematography as well. Yeah, it's picked up quite a few so far. Oh, original score. Okay. So I think they'll give it to John Williams, the fact that he's there tonight. So number one, I've got The Fablemans, just because it's John Williams, and it's kind of a dickish move not to give it him. And number two, I've got Everything Everywhere All at Once by Sunlux. What is she wearing? Or more closely, what isn't she wearing? It was just the dubstep stuff I didn't like in that. That was quite a nice score, very understated. It's got to be John Williams, right? It has to be John Williams. Dude's 91 and still just killing it. Oh, wow. Okay, well, okay, that's surprising. Yeah, because the score was just bah, bah, bah. That's all I can remember from it, really. But wow, God, he must have been. He must have just been killing it with the music practice. Then started at the age of 9, and he was in a rock band at the age of 14. Like, yeah, that is surprising on the original score for that. Actually, I'm gonna have to give that soundtrack a listen because all I can remember is that main. Bum, bum, bum. That's all I remember from it. But there you go. The fact that I remembered that, I remembered that sound from it. I mean, I don't think I remembered it in a good way. I remembered thinking, why is this done on like a synthesizer? Because it's so completely out of keeping with the time period that the film's set. So I remembered that, but I still remembered it, which, to be fair, is more than I can say for the Fablemans. John Williams is an absolute legend, but I couldn't hum you. I couldn't tell you a single bit of music from the Fablemans. Um, but yeah, I'm surprised. I thought Everything Everywhere All at Once would get it because of yeah, it's winning a lot in the. I think Everything Everywhere All at Once will start cleaning up towards the end. It's got a lot of the acting ones at the moment, and I think it will. Yeah, it'll be like directing and editing and maybe even Best Picture. We'll find out. Let's keep getting that word diverse in there. Did we mention diverse? Diverse. Anyway, how are we all doing? Let's touch base. I've got 3 people watching at the moment, apparently. Sound off in the comments. Let's get a conversation going. I feel like I'm all talked out at the moment, so you guys don't want to just sit watching me in silence, because that's not really going to be a good show, isn't it? So let's see. Are we going to another musical number now? We're going on to the next award, maybe? So screenplay awards are coming up next. So adapted screenplay, I've got All Quiet on the Western Front, and original screenplay, I think it will go to Everything Everywhere All at Once, but I've put Banshees of Inisherin at number 1, actually. But it probably will go to Everything Everywhere All at Once. So we'll find out. And we're on another ad break, because they just can't get enough of those fucking ad breaks, can they? Well, what do we think to the actual awards ceremony tonight? Do we think it's better than last year? They haven't done any necessarily overly cringy celebrity shit just yet, so I mean, that's a bonus. So, that's the first yawn. That is the first yawn, folks. Yeah, well, I don't just want to sit here. What I'll do is I'll just keep, whenever we're on an ad break, I'll just take it to another break, and I'll just come in when there's something to comment on. So yeah, I'm just gonna take it to another break. Okay, I'm going to jump back on a second. I think it'll probably be coming back on in a minute. Okay, how are we doing? How are we all doing? What are our favorites? What do we want to see win? Let me know your favorite film for this year. Is it Avatar 2? Is it The Banshees of Inisherin? Elvis? Everything Everywhere All at Once? The Fabelmans? Tar? Top Gun Maverick? All Quiet on the Western Front? Triangle of Sadness? Or is it Women Talking? I haven't seen anyone talk about that film, actually, ironically. But yeah, we've got the screenplay awards coming up next. We've got original and adapted. So should be, I think at the moment is Everything Everywhere All at Once tying with All Quiet on the Western Front for amount of awards won. 1, 2, 3. I think Everything Everywhere All at Once has won 3 so far, hasn't it? I think 3 awards. Yeah, I think All Quiet's leading the charge at the moment. No pun intended, but come on. Come on. The way around. No less conversation, a little more action. This aggravation. Okay, we're back. We are back. Please no musical number. Just go straight to the fucking winners. Although Jimmy Kimmel hasn't been on for a while, so he's probably going to rear his ugly face again. Oh, Elvis. If you are watching this and you're an Elvis Presley fan, let me know your favorite Elvis Presley song. That's a really tough question for me to answer. My favorite Elvis Presley song kind of changes every day of the week. Depends on my mood, really. I do like his ballads, though. The one that I often come back to quite a lot is the with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra one, and The Grass Won't Pay No Mind. I love Kentucky Rain as well. That's a good one. But Burning Love always gets me fired up, and Suspicious Mind. I know that's a really obvious one to go to, but that does get me fired up. Oh, see, this is what confuses me. Okay, we're doing visual effects then. We're doing visual effects. Give it to Avatar. Avatar's won straight away. We don't even need to dick around with this. It's won. It's won. It's right now. It's done. Avatar. Avatar's my first pick, and Top Gun Maverick is my second pick. But it's going to Avatar, so I may as well just give myself 3 points. Why is there a bear on stage? Is it the cocaine bear? Hey, it's a practical effect bear. That looks pretty cool. Hey, it's a practical effect bear. I'd if I was a filmmaker, I'd use a practical effect bear. What's wrong with that? Wow, she's how much has she had to drink, or is this just all her? Can we? This is okay. You know how I spoke too soon, didn't I? You know how I said there's there hasn't been as much cringy celebrity shit this year. I spoke too fucking soon because this is awful and no one's laughing and it's really awkward and we just need to like. Oh, but it's a war film. They could give it to that. But no. It's Avatar. Come on, like it's okay. They'll go digital effects, won't they? Like underwater motion capture technology. I've heard the CGI in Wakanda Forever is actually just like genuinely really bad. Um, I mean, most Marvel CGI at the moment's bad, and I don't blame the visual effects artists. They're not given anywhere near enough time to perfect the CGI half the time. Hey, SeaWorld man, I think you're a little bit ahead of me. It doesn't surprise me. Okay, so SeaWorld man, you're a couple of seconds ahead of me, so just wait until I say wait until I react to the winner, okay? Otherwise, I'm going to get spoiled each time. So, yeah, that's cool, man. But yeah, it's not really a surprise on that one, is it? Avatar winning. It was always bound to happen. So, the film looks nice. If you love your CGI, if you love your digital filmmaking, Avatar looks really good. I like more tangible stuff personally, if I can, but I won't take it away from it. Visual effects, yeah, it looks great. Well, it's good to see you, Seawall, man. Hope you're doing well. Long time viewer. Have you watched the have you been watching the Academy Awards since it started tonight at midnight, or have you just kind of tuned in? So this is what I mean, visual effects, right? They're not given any love. That was terrible. That was an awful. But yeah, this is what annoys me, right? VFX are needed so much in films. They're used so much on films, and they didn't even give them enough as much time as the best animated short film. Visual effects artists, and they've done such incredible shit at the Oscar, for Avatar, and they're given like 20 seconds. What a question to ask her! Like, this is just. She doesn't even know. Oh god, this is so cringe. Oh, why did I mention the cringe? The cringe is just. Oh, it's just awful. Oh. She's still wearing a mask? Oh, she's just taken a mask off. Well, then what's the point in wearing one? She was literally just wearing a mask, and she's taken it off to answer that. So I guess the COVIDs is going to come after Jessica Chastain now because she's taken a mask off, or maybe masks just don't work. Maybe that. Much prefer Chastain's mermaid look last year. Yeah, I mean she's gorgeous. I'll give her that, but she's like the only person in that room wearing a mask, so she's an absolute wet wipe. So because they don't do anything, they're medically proven to do nothing. So pointless. That is a hairstyle. It looks like one of those scratching posts that cats have. Or have any of you guys seen Mouse Hunt with Nathan Lane and Lee Evans? When they get with the Swedish chicks at the end of the film and they've got like all of this massive hairdo thing that looks like string spools. Hey, Jessica Chastain. She might be a little bit old for it now, but Jessica Chastain would have been a really good Ariel in the Little Mermaid movie. She must be fun at parties. Uh, what you think of Little Mermaid official look? Um, I'm not nothing against the actress at all, but I'm just sick of Disney doing this shit. Just race swapping characters now. It's just really annoying because it is in many ways in itself a form of tokenism. It's like, oh well, we'll just race swap a white character. So there you go. Diverse audiences, are you happy now? We've taken a white character and we've made them black, and I don't think any people of color are happy about that because it feels like they're getting a handout. It feels like it is a form of tokenism, in my opinion. Create new characters of color If you want to do that, that's fine, but just don't. And they're doing it with that new Peter Pan movie as well. It's just they're so, and the downvotes speak for themselves. Apparently, they mentioned that we'll be getting a new full trailer. God damn, Rihanna thick now. I mean, I'm cool with it. But girl got thick. I've missed out on this. When did this happen? Oh, she looks good. She looks good for it, but yeah, roger that. Yeah, I heard that we're getting a full trailer tonight, apparently, for the new Little Mermaid movie. So get ready to see, what's her name? Melissa McCarthy, is it, as Ursula? Great. Well, she's thicker than she used to be, definitely. I'm not. That's not like a slight against Rihanna. I'm just saying, no, she looks good for it. Like, I'm down with the thickness. She's got a really good voice on her, though. I'm not a massive Rihanna fan, just because I'm just modern music, but she's got a fantastic voice. I'll give her that. And she looks great too. Boom. Okay, so the screenplays are next then. Boom. Okay. Another ad break. We've got an hour and a half left, guys. Hour and a half. 90 minutes. Let's do it. We can do it. We can keep trucking. I'm going to finish off my drink. But I did put a lot of vodka in this, so... so good for me. But hey, it's the Oscars. We're celebrating, right? SeaWorld Man, question to you. Which film do you think is going to win Best Picture? Just so I've got all the films up, I'll bring up the graphic for you to check out. There you go. Which one do you think is going to take away the Oscar tonight? Maybe give me two answers. Maybe give me the one that you think will win, and then maybe the one that you would like to win. So for me, the one that I would like to win is Top Gun Maverick. The one that I think is probably going to win... Well, I mentioned this, like the bookies' favorite is Everything Everywhere All at Once. But other years, and I mentioned this when I first started the stream, other years that the bookies' favorite never wins. Do you remember the year when Revenant was nominated? Revenant was nominated. That didn't win. There was the year that Green Book won. I don't think anyone predicted that Green Book would win. Definitely wasn't the best film that it was up against that year. You had La La Land, which was the bookies' favorite, but then Moonlight won. Last year, Coda won, which I was really happy for. I absolutely love Coda. But no one was really talking about Coda. So I don't think, if we're going by that rule and that rule alone, I don't think that Everything Everywhere All at Once is going to win. I think it will be an outsider that wins. So my number one pick for the one that I think will win, and I'm going to be way off base on this, I know, is The Fabelmans, because it's a film about filmmaking. And the Academy eat that shit up usually, and it's Spielberg. So I reckon he will, and it's, a film personal about him. So I've got Fabelmans at number one, and then I've gone for my safe bet at number two, Everything Everywhere All at Once. But SeaWorld Man says Way of Water, Top Gun, and Everything Everywhere All at Once. Yeah. Carl was on earlier as well. He mentioned that, I can bring up his comment now, actually. Carl mentioned earlier, I'd love Top Gun Maverick to get Best Picture purely for what it has done for cinema and dismissing the myth films and the cinema couldn't make money. And he thinks that Elvis will win, but we'll find out. I do think in a weird, like before this point, I thought Everything Everywhere All at Once was going to be a walkaway. But now I'm thinking about it, Best Picture seems quite wide open. It might be one of those cases where I think directing will go to Everything Everywhere All at Once, but Best Picture might not. I'm excited to see what happens, but we've got a long way to go. We've got just under 90 minutes now to get to that point. And these fucking ad breaks, I swear to God. Oh, we're back, though. We are back. That seemed a bit quicker, that one. Yeah, 11 Oscar nominations. That was the same as Return of the King, wasn't it? But although articles may be telling you at the moment that Everything Everywhere All at Once is the most critically acclaimed movie that has ever been and the most award-winning one, has it won all the categories it's been nominated for at the moment? I don't know. I'm trying to think what it has been nominated for, but Seaworld Man says, little bit surprised they actually did announce Little Mermaid trailer before showing it. Yeah, usually it's just a surprise, isn't it? It's like a Super Bowl kind of halftime thing, but I hope it flops. But I know that everyone's going to rush and see it because it's nostalgic, but I hope the live action remakes just die a death soon. It pleases me that there's so many thumbs down on the new Peter Pan and Wendy trailer that came out. Oh, James Hong, there he is. He's so great. He's great. I fucking love James Hong. That's Kate Blanchett. Galadriel's in the audience, folks. In place of a Dark Lord, you will have a queen. It feels like if she just like moves, she's like falling out of that dress. Or is that what's she wearing? Is she wearing like black shorts underneath that? What is that? And it's fucking Spider-Man. Okay, original screenplay. Original screenplay. I've got Banshees at number 1. I don't think it'll win, unfortunately. And number 2, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think it'll probably go to that, won't it? But I hope Banshees wins something because it deserves to. SeaWorld Man, I'm behind you. Again, please react after I have, or I'm going to have to put you in timeout, and I don't want to. I don't want to have to put you in timeout, but don't spoil it for me, okay? Wait till I've reacted. You just put it won. Won't say till you've seen it. But you just put it won. So you did say something before I said it, so... Okay, I got 1 point on that then. 1 point. So yeah, please don't message anything when it comes to the awards. Please don't message anything until I've reacted myself on camera. No, but you said it won. So just wait until I've reacted, and then as soon as I've reacted, boom, then we can have the conversation about it. That's all good. It's a shame though, because I don't think Banshees of Inisherin's probably going to win anything else then now at this point, which is a shame. It was snubbed at the cinematography category, and yeah, I don't think it's nominated for anything else, is it? I'm just having a quick look to see. No, I think screenplay was its only shot, but I like his suit, by the way. His suit's really cool. Is it adapted screenplay now? Okay, adapted screenplay. I've got All Quiet on the Western Front at number 1 and Women Talking at number 2. I feel like this has got to go to All Quiet, hasn't it? I think. Fun story about that film, actually, All Quiet on the Western Front. I was watching it on Netflix, and it started off, and it was in English, and I thought this was from the German perspective. Why are they speaking English? Is it starting with the British? I was really confused. Later, like 10 minutes into the film, I found out that Netflix has an English dub version, which it defaults to for some reason. So I had to switch it to German and then take it back to the beginning so I could get the authentic experience. Luckily, it was only 10 minutes in and I caught it. But yeah, I don't know why Netflix does that. It's like as if people just can't, just watch a subtitle film. It's like, oh no, I'll just watch it in English. All quiet. Women, it doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me at all. I probably should have put it at number 1. But I got myself a point. I thought it was such a terrible film, though. Women Talking. Some good performances in there. There were some genuinely good performances in there, and it's hard hitting subject matter. But I just don't think it was written in a compelling way. It was just like the same. She was saying the same thing over and over and over and over again without any variation. Oh God! And she's going off on one. I'm offended. I'm offended by that comment. Oh, Pirates of the Caribbean music though. Okay, yeah, so I got some 1 points on the board now. I'll add them up towards the end. So the total points is out of a whopping 69. Hey, so yeah, I'll add them up towards the end and see how I did. I don't think I've done very well now. I'm losing points. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to take it to another break while we're on an ad break, and I will be back afterwards. And we are back. Okay. Top Gun Maverick. Oh, okay, it's the Top Gun Maverick segment. I'm going to watch this because, oh, what a film. Oh, the music. The music. Oh, I want to watch it again now. I want to watch it again. It's so good. Oh my god, they got the pilots. Okay, sound is the next category. Sound. Sound, I've got number 1, All Quiet on the Western Front, because they usually like war movies, and number 2, I've got Top Gun Maverick. Oh my god, totally. Top 3 for me. Avatar, Batman, yeah. Is Avatar nominated for sound? Batman's got some great sound though. Oh my god, yeah. But like when the Batmobile first revs. Oh yeah, okay, it's nominated. Yeah. Oh my god, the sound of that. I still think it's going to go to All Quiet on the Western Front. Wait, All Quiet on the Western Front wasn't nominated for sound. So, Top Gun. Top Gun. Okay, yeah. No. I'm going to count that. I don't know why I put All Quiet on the Western Front down because it wasn't even nominated. That was really strange. I would have gone. I'd have gone Batman for number 2. Okay. I know that's controversial. I'm giving myself 3 for that because I fucked up by putting All Quiet on the Western Front at number 1. But then my follow up was Top Gun, so I'm going to move Top Gun to my number 1. My number 2 would have been Batman after that. All right, this is going to be a son of a bitch. This is going to be the only award that Top Gun's going to win. I bet is sound, which is really depressing. But at least it won one. Oh, it still might win original song as well. Actually, Hold My Hand, Lady Gaga. I'll probably give it to the one from Black Panther. Oh god, ow. I think that was definitely deserved, though. Absolutely deserved. Yeah, it kind of sealed the deal for me when that new jet at the beginning flies over that hook goes when it like breaks the sound barrier. Original song. So number 1, I've got "Hold My Hand" from Top Gun Maverick, and number 2, I've got "Lift Me Up" from Black Panther. Oh no, Natu Natu is an absolute banger. So I wouldn't mind if Natu Natu wins. Why not? Come on, give me Lady Gaga. You are kidding. Oh, you know what? I'm fine getting 0 points on that. I'm fine with that. What a tune. I think out of the two, though, as a song, I do prefer "Hold My Hand," Lady Gaga. But yeah, that is a fun one. It's a fun one. So, oh god, it's oh please stop singing. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment, so I'm earphones out, earphones out until he stops. Oh god, he's still okay, okay, okay. This is so cringe. This is so cringe. One line was fine. I can't watch it. I literally can't watch. Okay. Travolta, he's gonna get really creepy again. Remember when he did that creepy shit with Adina Menzel? Okay, this is the in memoriam section. So for this, I usually keep quiet. Um, yeah, in memoriam section. Oh, yeah, because oh, bless him. Mm. Oh, Oh yeah, I forgot about Angela Lansbury. Oh, Vangelis, genius. That was a nice song for it, though. That was a really nice song. I never know how to segue after the in memoriam section. It's always tough. Well, I guess this is going to help me because we're on an ad break now. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have words. It's yeah, it's because with how just time passes, sometimes you forget which year someone's passed. And obviously, I remember when Angela Lansbury went, I did a status about it. Obviously, Beauty and the Beast. She's done loads of stuff, but Beauty and the Beast is one of my favorite Well, it is my favorite animated film. And obviously, she played Mrs. Potts. So I remember doing a status about that, but I completely forgot which year it was. If it was this year or the previous year. Vangelis as well. What an absolute genius. One of the best composers ever. The Blade Runner soundtrack is without a doubt top 3 film soundtracks ever made. It's kind of experimental. It's almost improvisational. It's some wonderful harmony going on in that, and like experimental instrumentation and different genres and styles. Um, yeah, Chariots of Fire, obviously as well. Oh, I think I'm going to take it to just a short break, and then we'll come back, and we've got just under an hour left now. So yeah, I'll just we'll take it to a break, and I'll be back shortly. Oh, we're back already. We're back already. Let's see. Did they say which category we're doing next? So we've got editing. That might be the next one. Editing, directing. We've got the main acting ones, and I think that's it. Actually, yeah. So we're slowly winding up. Yeah, editing is the next one. Damn, Sigourney Weaver still looks incredible. And I mean, Zoe Saldana just. Ooh. So film editing, I've got number 1 pick is Everything Everywhere All at Once, and number 2 is Elvis. I mean, it's got to be that one, right? Everything Everywhere All at Once. Yeah. Well deserved on that. The editing was absolutely incredible. Yeah. So the question is now, with all the big categories left, Best Picture, Directing. What else have we got? Have we got lead actor? Anything else it could take? Leading actress, sorry. Is it going to clean up? Is Everything Everywhere All at Once going to clean up the rest of the categories? Yeah, well deserved on the editing there. Yeah, awesome. Okay, yeah, it's just the big ones left then. Big ones left now, I think. Oh, that is a big one. Directing. Okay, so my number one choice for directing, I've got Everything Everywhere All at Once, and number two, I've got Banshees of Inisherin. Damn, Nicole. Okay, directing. Come on, Everything Everywhere All at Once is one probably, and Banshees is number two. I can't remember the other nominees actually for this one, so I'll be interested. Oh, yeah, that checks out. See, Tar was great. Tar was great. Yeah, I think it's going to be a clean sweep now for the rest of the night. See, this is what I mean. I've got a lot of threes this year, but also a fat lot of zeros. So, Yeah, so it hasn't broke even with Return of the King, because Return of the King won everything that it was nominated for, and I think it didn't win costume design, did it? Everything Everywhere All at Once. Did it lose out on another one? I do love his suit, though. I mentioned that earlier. That red suit with the thing. Oh, I want to try and get one of those. Oh, I didn't see it had Punk on the back. Ad break probably now. Yep. Actors. Oh, Harrison Ford. Okay. What do we reckon then, guys? So, let me just quickly rifle through the acting ones. So, actor in a leading role, I've got Brendan Fraser as number one. I really hope he wins it. Genuinely, every fiber of my being, I hope that Brendan Fraser gets it. Number two, I've got Austin Butler from Elvis. And for actress in a leading role, I've got Kate Blanchett at number one from Tar, and Michelle Yeoh from Everything Everywhere All at Once. But I've got a feeling that Michelle Yeoh will probably take it, although I thought Kate Blanchett was outstanding. Those monologues in Tar when she's addressing her students, talking about music, and it's all done in one take. It's almost like a 10-minute scene. Yeah, just fantastic to get into that character. Just, she's incredible. Oh, God. Oh, I'm getting tired now, folks. I'm very tired. We've got 40 minutes that we can do this. We can do this. I reckon they'll do these two acting ones, then we'll get another ad break, and then they'll finish off with directing afterwards, I think. And then I've got to add my points up, and we'll see how we've done. So the total points are out of 69. How are we all doing at home anyway? We're getting through it. What do we think to the winners so far? Any surprises? Any snubs? Oh, God. Oh, neck. Well, I haven't seen The Little Mermaid yet. I must admit, I thought it was going to be on one of these ad breaks, or did it come on before? SeaWorld Man says it already came on. I must have missed that then. It hasn't been on the stream that I've been watching. I probably won't watch the trailer anyway because I've no intention of watching the film anyway. So, yeah. Disney just need to stop. Disney must be stopped, no matter the cost. Melissa and Hallie came on stage to announce it. Oh, okay. Well, I won't be watching the movie, so I'm good. Hey, if I want to watch The Little Mermaid, guess what? I've got it right there. And I'm going to watch this because that's The Little Mermaid right there. That movie. The one that's like perfect and fantastic with amazing singers and just incredible animation and bright colors and wonderful direction and voice talent. Yeah, I'm just going to go with that because the movie's fine. Okay, we're back. Let's do these acting. I really hope Brendan Fraser wins it. This is his shot. This is his shot. I know he'll, even if he doesn't win, he'll congratulate everyone else and just the fact that he's made it this far anyway. But he does deserve it. Oh, God. Solid 2.5 minute trailer. Yeah, but they just need to stop with the live action remakes because they're all fucking terrible. And just miss the point completely and are just filled with baggage that doesn't need to be in the movie. Oh, Jessica Chastain. Damn, these. Oh, and Halle Berry as well. Oh, God. These women are all gorgeous tonight. Just all of them. My word. Fuck me sideways. Eye contact. Chris, eye contact. I will not bend. I will not break. I'm a happy man. And Halle Berry just hasn't aged a day, has she? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, Christ. I'll have what she's having. Okay. Brendan Fraser, number 1. Austin Butler at number 2. He was brilliant as Elvis. I really like Colin Farrell, though. I didn't watch After Sun, I must admit. And I never watched this one either. This one didn't come to my cinema, I don't think. Come on, Brendan Fraser. Come on. Come on, Brendan Fraser, please. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm so. That's best thing of the night. Best thing of the night. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for him. Oh, what him and Keanu Reeves are like the two nicest guys in Hollywood. He deserves every bit of this award. He really does. So happy for him. Ah, okay. He's done it. He's done it. Okay, now we've got to get another Mummy film going. What I love about him as well is that he's so humble with everything he does. Ah, awesome, awesome. Love him, love him, love me some Brendan Fraser. He's great. Really deserved it. Oh, look at him. Awesome. Okay. Anything else can happen now. I'm happy that he got it. That was my favorite thing of the night. Okay, so I've got Kate Blanchett at number one and Michelle Yeoh as number two, but I think Michelle Yeoh will probably take it. But Kate Blanchett was just loved her character so much, so complex. Probably one of my favorite characters in. Oh, there's Galadriel. There she is, my Lady Galadriel. So I never saw this. I never saw this. So I haven't seen this either. Yeah, I think Michelle Yeoh's got this one, to be honest, and she was very good. She was, but Kate Blanchett was exceptional. Yeah. Okay, I've got 1 point on that, but Kate Blanchett was something else in Tar, let me tell you. She really was. And don't get me wrong, Michelle Yeoh was great. She was great in the film. But I think compared to Kate Blanchett, if I'm going to rank it on performances, two very different films, I know. I've got to give it to Blanchett on that. Just the intensity of her character of Tar. Um, yeah, I really want to watch Tar again. I love it. I loved it so much. But I'm still happy for it. You know, Michelle, she was still great. It's not like she was bad or anything. She's still great. So yeah, it's a good win. And still stunning as well. I first saw Michelle Yeoh in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon when I was very very young. I love that film. That was the first film I ever saw her in. Um, James Bond, obviously, as well. Tomorrow Never Dies. And the fathers as well. Sometimes, single parent families with the father. No, they get fucked. It's just the mums. Okay, on to the last one now, guys. Okay, so best picture. I'm going to be way off base on this because it's going to be Everything Everywhere All at Once. Of course, it is. Number one, I've picked The Fablemans, which I don't think will win. But Harrison Ford there, I don't know. Fablemans at number one and Everything Everywhere All at Once at number two. Has he had a bit of. Is it just Harrison? It looks like he's had a bit of a stroke, doesn't it? You see him like his mouth like this. Yeah, it looks like his oh fucking hell, man. He looks like he's struggling. I mean, I didn't know. It looks like he has a little bit. Okay, I'm not looking at the comments. Not looking at the comments. I'm gonna go Fableman's number one. Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, unsurprising. So this is one of the time where the bookies' favourite actually did win. See, it wasn't a clean sweep like Return of the King. So they keep saying it's the most awarded film. Return of the King got every single Oscar it was nominated for. But it was a good film. It was a good film. Maybe, I mean, I've heard some people say it was overhyped. I really enjoyed it personally. But I don't know if it was my favorite one of the bunch. You know? Okay, let me add my points up. Okay. Well, there we have it. So, final score. I got 40 out of 69. Not a great score, but probably did better than I thought I would. And it's finished 20 minutes ahead of schedule as well. Doesn't it usually end with some little categories that have been nominated as well, kind of off screen? So I'll just stick around for those. Oh, Jenny the donkey. Okay, there we have it, folks. So our Best Picture winner, kind of unsurprising maybe, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Right, let's talk about it while the credits roll. Are we happy? Are we unhappy? Which film did you want to see win? Or are you happy that that one won it? As I say, just looking at that selection again, the fan favorite for mine was Top Gun Maverick, but I knew that that was never going to win. I think the film that stuck with me more is probably All Quiet on the Western Front and Tar, but I think stylistically, Everything Everywhere All at Once is probably the most impressive. There's just, so many different genres. It's wild, it's wacky, it's heartfelt, but and it's just like a love letter to cinema, and it's got some really good morals in it as well, and dealing with some hard-hitting subjects. So yeah, a worthy winner. Some, a lot of good films this year. It's a shame that Banshees of Inisherin didn't get a little bit more love. It'd have been nice to see that take away something. I think that probably deserved original screenplay more so than Women Talking, personally, out of the two films, I think. But it is what it is. SeaWorld Man, very happy, very pleased. That's good. It's nice when you can leave the Oscars happy. Let's talk about some of the best wins. Obviously, Best Picture for Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Brendan Fraser for me, winning leading actor. There was a second where I thought he wouldn't win it, but I'm so glad he got the recognition he deserves, and after the life he's had as well, and how certain people in Hollywood treated him, it's nice to see him make that comeback and get that award. Even if he hadn't have won the award, he's still been, his fans haven't gone anywhere. They still love him, and will always support the projects that he does. But it's nice to see him get that Academy Award. Let's see. Ke Huy Quan, supporting actor for Everything Everywhere All at Once. Goddamn short round from Temple of Doom. Came out of retirement to act in this film, and he was fantastic. Easily one of the best things in the film for me. And a really nice, heartfelt speech as well. He just seems like a really, really nice guy. Michelle Yeoh winning leading actress. Sorry, I loved Cate Blanchett, as I mentioned, but Michelle Yeoh, fantastic actress, worthy winner. Let's see, All Quiet on the Western Front winning quite a fair few, which was nice. So that sorry, it's still going on there. Let's see what else. Yeah, so really the main two throughout the whole night was All Quiet on the Western Front and Everything Everywhere All at Once, which I think, as I mentioned, All Quiet on the Western Front was probably my favorite out of the whole bunch. So yeah, all happy with that. Original song, Natu Natu. I only heard that for the first time about an hour before I went live, so good one there. Production design, and Top Gun still got one. The Whale got two. Yeah, good night. I would have just liked to have seen Banshees of Inisherin pick up a couple, or just one for screenplay, and I think that would have done it for me. But yeah, other than that, solid night. Thank you to everyone that's kept me company tonight. I do appreciate it, and kept the conversation going. I am here for you guys as well. I feel like I'm doing my own Oscars acceptance speech now. But yeah, this has been a great night. Thank you. And as I say, I can get to bed now. It's finished 20 minutes before I thought it would. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed this stream, please do consider subscribing to the channel. If you've just discovered this stream tonight for the first time. I'm Chris, and I occasionally talk about movies and some TV shows. Please do follow me on Twitter as well. You can find me at Hobbit Fan Editor. I post all the times that I go live. And in fact, I will be live again tomorrow. I am at an early screening for the film Pearl, which is the horror prequel to the horror film X. I haven't seen X before, so I will be watching X tomorrow before I go to the cinema to see Pearl. But I was immediately captivated by the trailer to Pearl, and I think it looks really stylistic and really kind of gruesome and weird and wonderful. So I'm really looking forward to that film. I've heard really good things about it. And if you have enjoyed this video, please do give it a thumbs up, because it helps get the video noticed a bit more, helps grow this community out a little bit. And yeah, plans for the channel. Mandalorian reviews, you can expect to see those every single Wednesday at 10 p.m. GMT until season 3 has finished. As I mentioned, I'm live tomorrow for Pearl. After that, I'm thinking of dipping into some filmographies, maybe going through some directors' body of work, or maybe some film franchises. There's a new Evil Dead film coming out soon, so I could do an Evil Dead retrospective. Horrors, I haven't really talked about horror films all that much on the channel, so it'd be nice to dip into some every now and then. But in terms of towards the later part of the year, around October, I've got 2 big retrospectives in mind. One's going to be massive, and if you want a clue as to what that retrospective might be, I've been talking about it for a few years now. if you go onto my Twitter, there's a clue in the cover art maybe as to what I could be talking about and doing a retrospective on this year. It's going to be a big one. Anyway, yeah, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that's tuned in tonight at any point during the night or commented. I really appreciate you guys. You guys are the reason that I do this. And yeah, it's fun to talk movies. I have watched so many films over the course of the last few days in preparation for tonight. So although I'm watching 2 tomorrow with X and Pearl, after that it'll be nice to take a bit of a break on the movies, but then I'll get right back at it and start reviewing some more films as and when they come out. Towards the end of the month, of course, there's John Wick Chapter 4 as well, which I'm looking forward to. So I'm not going anywhere, and films certainly aren't going anywhere either. So as long as there's films coming out, I'll be here talking about them. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in tonight. Have a very good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever it is you're watching this video from. And I will catch you guys on the next video tomorrow. Take care, everyone.